Hello. Today I've been up for 2 hours. I woke up 10 and listened to the job coach lecture. While I did that, I was refurnishing. Look, I put the plant there and I thought it through. My new it's the optimal position of things with the what I have available. But first, cognitive enhancement protocol. Can look out the window while I do that. This is good. AAKG, creatine, alcar. That's the wake up. And the new added warm water. Not cold water. I think it's much better. Much better. Now I'm gonna get some clothes, share a stream, and tell you about my new furnishing. Oh, actually I should probably start the stream with saying what I'm gonna work with today, so you don't waste your time. Today is Thursday. It's a sprint day where I focus on upgrading software. And you can't see there, but it says Thursday upgrading 3 map tool, and there it says only when map tool and map is done, atelier. So the atelier might never be done, and today is focused on making the map of this town. Yes, I can feel a silence. Let me show you my new layout. Here. Why is the camera stuck? Yeah, so several requirements. This camera, the cord is this long. Goes down there between the and connects directly to the computer. So basically this is the space that you can move. And so I need it to be able to move to the computer where I sit. Here. That's where I usually have it. And to this TV, so I can show the whiteboard. And yeah, the biggest decision was to put this kind of stuff, like putting this workstation and now where to put this workstation. This workstation needs to be close enough to the whiteboard so that I can put the camera there and basically fill out the screen with the whiteboard. So it's easy to read what's on the whiteboard from the stream. So that kind of nailed this position of this desk here. And that eliminates my favorite place for training, which is here. Which is a bit sad. But the space is just transferred. And since the camera needs to be able to be there and be here, the computer itself needs to be close enough to the TV. Which means this workstation needs to be close enough to this computer. Previously I had this workstation a little bit back here. I was thinking of having it there, turning it this way, maybe turning it here. But turning it this way, it will crash into the sofa. And I consider like moving the sofa, where I could move the sofa, etc. From the sofa I want to be able to see the TV, so I can see movies from here. I can just turn this TV. And what I also liked a couple of days ago, I accidentally used this TV as a third monitor when I had my desk like this, pointed this way. Yeah, anyway, I could use it as a third monitor. So then I was thinking, how can I use it as a third monitor? Because it's turned the completely opposite way. But if I turn it the other way, previously it was down. Yeah. I don't have a method here. There's several kind of pieces that makes this furnishing work. But yeah, so this desk ended up being here because then I have as much space as possible here to spontaneously move and to do training. So since I can't have this space, I need to. And this space feels a little bit cramped because of the bed here. And I kind of don't like this kind of dark corner. I like this light place better. But I'll have to satisfy with that. I also noticed that I can put the curtains a little bit back to make it bright. That's a bit better. So I'll test that out. So we got this little island here, and then I was thinking, how can I make the TV into a... Actually, I thought about that later. One important thing is, when I take a break and sit in the sofa, I don't want to see a computer. So that's why I put this desk at the right, enough to the left so I can sit by the sofa and look out the window. And this is important because otherwise I will not get any stimulating far distance muscles. So when I take a break, I take off my glasses. I usually open the window as well, and then I just look out at the treetops and the clouds. I have a break from my eyes. Yeah. And then I was thinking, if I can turn this TV around and move it up, then I can use it as a third monitor sometimes. And then I was thinking, how can I do that, and how far up do I need to put it? And first I wanted to put it more high up, because if you sit here like me and you work on this monitor, you work on this monitor, and you see that monitor. But now I've raised that TV, so when I turn it around, I can use part of it, like a lot of it. I can move around my body to look at the screen when it's turned around. And the cords are long enough to turn it around. First I was thinking of using something higher, but if I get something higher, that also becomes a problem with the webcam, because the webcam can only go this high. So right now the webcam is about that high above, so there isn't much. I can move it this much up if I had something to move it up with. Right now I just have this, and I just realized that it might be quite easy to move it up. I don't need to put something here, I can put something under here. Everything will become more rackety, which is always a bad thing. But anyway, so now I have kind of a workstation here, where I can move the keyboard and mouse around the TV to here. And now this almost becomes a standing desk, which is great, because then I can stand here, look at the whiteboard, right? I can look at this more ergonomically than before. But it would be perfect if this would be a standing desk, like maybe up here, for ergonomics and yeah, for stuff. So this is kind of my new solution. Also got rid of the chair that was in the corner and the printer hidden them stuff, so they don't get dusty, so I save time by not dusting them, and the place becomes more neat. It would be better with like a larger pot maybe, or something that looks better there, but it's good for now. And I noticed I moved around my internet cables. There's my internet, and the plant there in the window, I took it away, which opened up so much space for light to come in, which makes everything very, very good. So during my childhood, I did a lot of moving around my furniture in my room, so I've had a lot of experience thinking about these things, trying to optimize for several different use cases at once with limited resources, because we didn't have a lot. We didn't have a lot of money, so we'd have to make do with what we had, or we didn't have this go-getter attitude to go and look at a bunch of different stuff to see what, because I could have gone to several like second-hand markets and stuff to get stuff, but I just looked at what I had and moved it into a situation that was kind of, it's special. Like, it's not usual to have like an island of work in your home. I don't think that's usually how people do it. People just put things along the walls. That's, I think, the easiest way to do things. Anyway, I try to think from first principles to find solutions that are more optimal and more innovative, more novel, more interesting, more fun. Now, I'm done with discussing that, and I've used up quite a bit of cognitive resources by both listening to the lecture about it was about taking a no, and during interviews and etc. And I don't know, like it's very interesting, this job unemployment sector. It's very interesting. Very interesting people. Like, the problem is the diversity. Maybe it's not a problem, but together with other things, it becomes a problem. Because as I think the main problem is teamwork. Because when I've thought about jobs and thought about AI, and recently I saw a TikTok which mentioned that most jobs they aren't doing anything. Like, there aren't a lot of stuff that humans need to do on Earth. So people make things up, and this kind of makes sense. Like, there's a lot of things we can do. When I was working as a park and recreation, or like as a park person, we had stuff to do, and we had more stuff to do than we did. There's always improvements you can make, probably in every company, everywhere. Yeah, that's how it is. But when it comes down to it, what you really need to do, then it's not a lot at all, since we have created tools and systems, etc., etc. So I think a lot of being in a job is hanging out with people. And you want to hang out with people, then it becomes a whole different priority of who you hire. You want to hire someone you feel okay hanging out with, it's interesting hanging out with, or it makes the company more interesting or more stable development. You don't want someone who comes, usually that's what my experience, you don't want someone who comes in with a lot of ideas, usually. You want someone who comes in and can fall in line and can solve problems that the company thinks is important, that the people that are working in the company for a long time thinks are important. Because that makes it easier for them to do their work, and that is where your usefulness comes in, usually. And that's where you're valuable. Solving other people's problems, that's basically it. Solving people's problems. That's what a company does for other companies. If you're successful, that's what you do. You solve other people's problems. When you use money, when you work professionally, because I don't know if I should go into it. Let's go into it. I've been thinking about this, making money. What is making money? You don't make money. You don't print money. First of all, it's illegal. You can do that, that's like the criminal situation. So you don't make money. So what do? You are given money. Not for free, You're given money from someone. A company gives you money, but it's not just gonna give you money for free. That's like you giving someone money for free. So you want to make a trade. It becomes a trade. It's a trade. It's a trading. You work with a person. You work for a person. You are useful for a person. And then you get money in return. It's a trade. Money is about people. Because money comes from people. Money always comes from people. It will change soon, more and more with AI. And there are many ways to make money without thinking too much about people. But in the end, it's someone, if you want money, you have to get the money from someone, unless you find it lying around somewhere. But that's rare. And usually if you find money lying around, like archaeology or gold treasure or whatever, you usually can't use gold to buy things like food or pay rent. No, you have to actually trade. You have to find the person and you trade the money, trade the gold. That's probably pretty easy to do. But the work, the usefulness that you do is basically you find gold or treasure and give it to a person, and the person wants that treasure more than it wants its money. So it's still it becomes a trade in the end anyways. And this is I think this is hard to understand. It's been hard for me to understand. But money is about people. It's about making a trade with a person. Either that person is just a person, like a customer, or a neighbor, or it's a person representing a company. A person who has the decision-making part of in a company when it comes to money, or when it comes to spending money, what it's used for. So it's always about humans and being useful to humans. That's what money is. Yeah. And now I want to introduce something special regarding this, regarding my mindset. I've been trying to figure out why haven't I been able to make money. I'm very capable, I'm intelligent, I'm nice to be around, like I'm not I think people like me. I've heard that. So what's the problem? And I think using money to trade is something in here. If we have a scale, it's in the middle between two extremes. One extreme is giving away things for free. When you want to give something to someone, like unconditional giving. It's related to unconditional love. You give without expecting any receivement. You don't, and then you don't care about money. You just want to give. I don't care about money. Sure, you can give me money if you want, but I'm just gonna give this to you for free. Boop. You got it for free. And the other extreme is I don't want you to have this thing. I don't want you to give. I don't want to give you this thing. I want to keep this thing. If I don't know what it could be. Like it could be anything. Like I think this is kind of primal or simplification thing. It's connected to ego, that you believe that you are your things. Yeah. And this is very tricky. I think a lot of people have this and they don't know it. Like if someone said, I want to buy your time 24 hours a day. I want to buy your time. All of your time I want to buy for 10 years. And that's like 24 hours a day. That's too much. I don't want to give that away. Regardless of price. Even if you give you millions and millions of dollars, I'm not going to give you away 10 years total of my life. I guess some people say that everything has a price, and maybe yes, but this is kind of the extreme where you don't want to give something away at all. So there's no trade. You don't want to trade. There's no trading going on here because you're keeping your thing. And the other part is you don't want this thing, or you want to give it for free and you don't want money. So these both things are non-money activities. And I grew up reading the New Testament a lot, hearing it a lot about Jesus, and thinking about unconditional love and studying Buddha and stuff. And I think what I developed is this kind of mindset where I think everything should either be given away for free or not given away at all. So for me, my mindset is like this. I think that's the case. And I think that's why I don't like to use money. I don't like to receive money. It's kind of nice to give money to get a thing, to purchase a thing, to be a customer. I don't know why that feels easier. It's probably a lesson that is very easy to learn, maybe, or something like that. But I think in general, I've developed this mindset where either for everything that I have, every resource I have, my time, my things, everything that I can possibly sell or give away, either I want to keep it and I say, no, I'm not gonna sell it because I want to keep it. Or I was thinking, I don't need to keep it, then I can give it away. And I don't want money for it. I want to give it unconditionally. So this is a very simple-minded thing to do. Like life becomes very simple when you think about this. You don't have to think about money. But then you're part of society and it creates problems, etc., etc. Anyway, so I think this is part of my problem, that I haven't developed this middle part. And it's like, you know how it is with religion and growing up with religion, growing up in any kind of culture. You grow up in a culture, assume the values, and they are part of you. And it would feel wrong to give up your culture of values. So it's kind of my religion. It's kind of my religion, this way of thinking. And it also goes, or I shouldn't go into that sidetrack. But yeah, I think it's like a religion to think like this. Either I want to have something and then I keep it, or I don't want to have something and I'll give away for free. Unconditional giving, unconditional love. Because that's what I've gathered from Jesus and Buddha, etc. It's like unconditional love is the only love that's worth anything. Like, I don't want to receive conditional love. For example, if I have a person that thinks it's if you think it's good for me that that I get something, I don't know, a new computer. If you think it's a good thing for or a server, like, sure, I want a server where I can run AI. But if you give it to me conditionally, but you don't say the conditions, if you have a feeling, like if you give it to me and you have a feeling like I owe you something, that I don't want any of that at all. I don't want to owe anyone anything. I don't want to be in that kind of space. It's a kind of shackle to owe someone something. To have a cloud of, oh, I owe this person this. These are all things that are in your working memory that makes you more stupid. The more you owe different kinds of people, it clutters your mind with things that you cannot remove because you owe them. And if you stop thinking about owing things, then people are gonna get pretty mad. Like, so I don't want to be given things that are not unconditional. I'd love to receive unconditional love. I'd love to receive unconditionally. Just getting things where people think, oh, I'm just gonna give this to him, he probably needs it, that's great, and that's it, done. And then life continues. That's how I think when I give things. I can't recall any time where I've given, I probably have, where I've given a thing to someone and expected something in return. I definitely have done that. But the tricky thing is that happens when you don't know it happens. Because if I would explicitly think, okay, I'm giving this to this person and I expect this in return, then I would just change the thinking. Then I would either say, okay, I'm not gonna give this thing because I'm not gonna get what I want from giving it, or I'm gonna give this thing and I'm not gonna expect anything. Like, there are just two categories, yeah, like I said before. And I think this is why maybe some other people have similar problems. And there's another part in the middle, which is like half of the middle is done because I can buy things. It's easy for me to buy things. And that many people think that's obvious. Everyone likes to buy things, so it's not a strange thing. It's a normal thing. But really, it's something that is a behavior. It is a human behavior. I don't know if there's anyone who cannot do that or have problems buying things. Maybe there are. They probably have a lot of money. If they have problem spending money. But I don't know if that is a problem. It's probably a problem because then they cannot buy things that make their lives easier. I don't know if I've ever met some person like that. I don't think those kinds of people are in my culture, so I think it's very rare for me to meet someone like that, if they exist. But anyway, so I think one of the mistakes I think my parents did when growing up was to give me money for just waiting. Like, it's very common in Sweden to get veckopeng, weekly money, and then later on månadspeng, monthly money. You start with weekly, so a child can learn how to handle money. But the problem is, if you just give the money to the child, that's how the child learns how they get money. They just wait. They just wait a week, and there's nothing they can do to get money. They can't work. If they work like hell a week, they get their weekly money. If they do not work at all, they get their weekly money. So obviously you would spend your whole week just playing and having fun, and then at the end of the week you just get money for because it's time to get the money. Some kids, when I was growing up, they had more of a culture, slightly more of a culture with chores. That you could get money by doing chores. Like empty the dishwasher, cleaning a room, taking out garbage. Simple things that the kids can do. And I think this introduces this level of I can earn money by being useful. I think there might be a lot of people that have grown up in a similar situation. So anyway, when it comes to this scale here, where we have, I want to keep this thing, I'm not going to trade it, and I'm going to give this thing, I'm not going to trade it, I'm just going to give it. And in the middle we have both of the part, they are parallel. We have I can earn money and I can spend money. I can buy and I can sell. No. Yeah. Well, one of them is buying and one of them is selling, basically. And if you only learn about buying, which is pretty easy, if you get money every week and you use that to buy, you learn how to buy. I am very good at buying. I am very good at using my allowance efficiently. Like, I live like this and I feel like I have a lot of wealth, but I live below Swedish existential minimum. I have around 6,000 to 7,000 in income every month, and my rent is 3,000. I think it's very rare to be able to live this well with that little money. Some people can do it, I can do it, but it is below existential minimum. I can apply to social services for social benefits. I've done that before when I had no money, and I learned the existential minimum is around I think it's like at least 4,000 after paying rent. I think it's 5,000 after paying rent or something. 4,000. No, I think it's around 4,000 after paying rent. So my existential minimum would be my rent of 3,000 and then 4,000 on top of that. And that's 7,000. Does that make sense? Yeah. Well, I'm very close. In that case, I'm pretty close to existential minimum, but I'm still below. It's from 6,000 to 7,000 per month. So I could get more money. Like, yeah. And this existential minimum is calculated this is what a Swedish person needs to survive, not thrive, to survive in Sweden. And I think it's a generous amount when you look at what's available in other countries, other countries. And if you factor in all of this stuff, when you compare countries, then you can put in healthcare and the state of roads and like the state of cut grass lawns, the state of security in police, the state of things like all of the stuff that people are doing to make it good for everyone, like public utilities, public infrastructure, availability of bus travel, train travel, the price of bus travel, train travel. Living in Sweden is pretty neat. It's pretty structured society, I think. trying to backtrack how I came into this thing about money, and I think it was regarding the day's lecture about taking a no at an interview or taking a no from an employer stuff, and how do you get a job, and what is a job, and how do you make money. Yeah, there's one thing left I want to say, which is regarding getting a job. Even though you still have this kind of mindset, and you have this buying mindset here. You know how to buy things, and you know how to get an allowance like every month, like being paid. Then you know how to use a job, not necessarily how to get a job or how to perform well at a job. Those are two other things. But you know how to wait for a month and then get paid and then use the money to survive, and then keep waiting a month and use the money for survive. That's like a job. But I think when I've diving deeper into things like starting a company, that gives me a completely different perspective, because then I am the employer, and then yeah, it's a different world thinking about running a company. It's very similar to all of these things that I mentioned, but it's still the other side of this part. It is not the buying part, and it is not you get an allowance, because companies does not get an allowance usually. Companies have to sell something. They have to do the selling to get money by selling. And it's slightly related to getting a job, because when you're getting a job, you're selling your time. This is implicit. This is never said in an interview or whatever, but you could go in an interview and say, hello, I'm prepared to sell 8 hours of my time 5 days a week, continually. It will be like a subscription for your company, and at the end of every month we count how many hours you have bought from me, and then translate that to a sum of money, and you send that money to me. That's a job. That is the exact thing as a job. But everyone has this unconscious thinking of what a job is, so they don't associate getting a job with selling. But it is selling. You're selling your time. You're offering the service or product, whatever you want to call it. You're offering your offer in this. You're selling. Your offer is 8 hours a week, 5 days a week. That's your offer, and you say, this is what I'm going to do during that time, and this I hope this is useful for your company. And if your company says, yeah, that's useful, we'll take it, that's worth the money, then you got the job. It's really simple. It's actually very, very simple. Those basic parts are very simple. The hard part is then to get good at selling, so you can sell yourself, which is kind of what you're doing, but it's the wrong way of putting it. It's associated to being a sex worker or something. So I wouldn't put it like that, but selling your time. You're selling your time. You're making an offer that the company can take, and the company buys it from you. In that case, the company becomes a buyer and you become a seller. And you're responsible. Then you can feel a responsibility to deliver and be useful. But all of these fundamental things, I think, people forget when they look for a job, when they try to find a job. They forget that they need to be useful for a company, or it's too complex to think about. Like, usually I've heard so many times people saying, and I feel that's often as well, like a company asks you a question in their form or in an interview, like, how come you want this job? How come you want to work at this company? And if you study companies and startups, and this is something important for the company to know. But it is confusing for many people. They think like, well, what do you mean why I want a job? I want money. That's why I want a job. I don't really want a job. I just want the money, and in order to get money, I had to do the job. So that's what I want a job. And I still have part of that mindset, and a lot of people have that mindset. I'm not saying it's wrong, I'm just saying if you only have that mindset, there's a mindset that you haven't seen. And that is the company mindset. If you would start a company. That's why I kind of like the idea of encouraging people to start companies, because that's an easy way to, well, it's not easy, but it is a straightforward way. It goes directly into understanding that you have to actually deliver something of value to someone in order to get money. You can't just get a job and get money. Well, sometimes you can. But yeah, I haven't been able to get any of those jobs. I don't know how to find them. But yeah, so being useful, and this is the tricky part, because then you have to start to think from another person's perspective. And this is very hard for people, because everyone is egocentric. And especially if you have comorbidities and developed autism, then it's even harder to understand another person's perspective, to understand how to be useful for another person, or understanding why you need to be useful for another person. It's a complexity to things. It's even for me, like it's hard to automatically adopt. It's like a piece of culture. It's something that is it's a way of thinking that it becomes automatical. It becomes part of you. So if it's like this, like a piece of culture, then in order to learn it, you have to adopt the culture. And I think that's that's kind of the problem with egocentric persons. They just want to keep their own culture or develop their own culture. They don't want to adopt someone else's culture unless it's interesting. So it's this battle. You want to survive, you need money to survive. In order to get money from someone, you need to be useful for them. In order to be useful for them, you gotta adopt their culture, their way of thinking. And then you have to basically give up a part of your ego, give up a part of yourself. If your ego is very structured, very ordered, very rigid, then it's going to be hard to give up that part of the ego. You'll have to, in that case, like if your ego is extremely structured and solid, like your culture, your mindset, your way of life is very structured, then it can't bend. It doesn't bend for anything. It doesn't change. It doesn't bend. The only solution is breaking or abandoning. And there are two tracks here. One track is the psychological kind of experience of doing this, of abandoning yourself, of trusting some other culture. Oh, I forgot the other part, the other sidetrack that I was going into. It was the most important part, that's why I said the other part first. I should have said the most important part first, and then said the easier part, then go back to the important part. You have okay, let's backtrack a little bit. You have a huge ego. You're structured, your culture is solid, you don't want to change. It's like you either have to break it apart, you have to break yourself. Yeah, it's like, since it's so interconnected, it might be hard to break part of your culture, to learn just a piece of culture, to just change a little part of yourself, because your system is so interconnected. Everything is so thought out. Your system is so well protected from change that the only solution is to throw out the whole system. Because you cannot break it apart, it's too solid. So you just have to throw it away. You either throw it away or abandoning it. Maybe abandoning it is a smoother way of getting rid of it. But in order to do that, yes, you need a place to go. You need a new culture. You can go to a retreat and learn meditation, and you won't be seeing all of your stuff where you used to live. You're not seeing anything, you're just seeing a temple or whatever. You meditate or you pray, or maybe you go abroad to another place, a new place, a new culture or a new situation, and this naturally takes and distracts you from your previous life that is not there. If you cannot see it, it's not there, kind of. if you go from where you are now, I don't know where you are, or what you're doing, or what you have around you, what you see around you, what you hear around you, and what people are close to you, and what what companies are close to you, what buildings are close to you. If you move to another place, as far as you can, to another culture, then you cannot take your culture with you. You cannot take your whole culture with you, because you don't see it, it's not there, and you're seeing a new culture, you're seeing a new situation. Traveling, experiencing other cultures, that will make you more agile. Cultural agility. I think it will make you less autistic. Okay, here's a hypothesis. I don't know if it's true or not, but if you, before the age of 4 or something, traveled a lot, or during your childhood you traveled, your family traveled and lived in other cultures, not just at the same hotel chain all over the world, experience the same culture, but experiencing different cultures, being in different cultures, like for an extended period of time, not just visiting and eating a meal, but like living at another family with another system, etc. I think it's less likely you will develop less autistic tendencies, less egocentric tendencies. You will be more understanding, because you will not be afraid to leave your culture, leave your way of thinking for a while, because you have done that. Your family left the culture to another culture, and you tried that culture, and when you're a kid you just accept things, you absorb things. Yeah. So yeah, like it makes sense that you become a more social kid if you spend more time being social with other humans. But this, what I've been talking about, is slightly the essential of like how to do it. Because if you meet a lot of people, but you do it within your culture, where you feel like you are in control the whole time, you have your culture, building your world mindset, you're building everything at the same place, and you're not adopting or testing other cultures, well, simple things like just testing some other food from another culture. That's like, I don't know, if you go to a place where they eat frogs or something, they eat squid, and you try it once, sure, you tried a little bit of culture, that's good, that's the right direction. But if you really want to be able to adopt and change and be useful for other people, you need to do more. You need to eat squid like every week for a month or 2, like until it feels like your culture. You gotta adopt the culture. I think maybe Or maybe it's more, maybe not, maybe adopting cultures can be in different ways. You can either adopt in a way that you feel like you own it, but then you're still building your ego, your structure, your rigid structure. You're adopting things, you're integrating things into your rigid system. Or you can adopt a culture where you are not deciding, or you're not the leader, you're a follower. And that is a very central way to be useful. To follow someone's orders, to do what someone says, to do what someone thinks is important, without you knowing why, completely why. Or maybe you know some parts of why. Like if you work as a cleaner for a company, you understand that it's useful to have a clean space for people. Makes sense? But maybe you clean very often there because they want you to, and you feel like, why am I cleaning this often? Why am I cleaning 3 times a week? Why am I dusting things 3 times a week? There's barely any dust. But maybe the company for some reason needs something. And today to you they've said, we need you to clean this often. And if you say, oh, why? Okay, I'll do it, but why? Then you might not get a job. But if you say, sure, I'll do it, or I don't know, somewhere in between, because you don't want to. I think that's a negative thing that I am doing. I'm being too positive and too trustworthy. I think it puts people off. Like they get. It's like it's not the whole thing, but parts of it. And when I bring my culture of I give freely, like unconditionally, that is, I think that breaks the company culture. It's like it dissolves the company culture. That's what it does. It doesn't challenge anything. It's just dissolved. It gives so much space that the company has kind of a tension within it. The system has tension and connections and things. And I come in and I give so much space to things, and I'm so helpful, I think, that everything becomes too loose and easy, and people get confused by this. I think many people in companies get confused of how much I give. And it's I feel reluctant saying like, oh, it's because I'm a good person, or I'm a good person, I give. I think it's more how my culture was, like reading Jesus and hearing about Jesus. And we didn't read the Old Testament at all, we just read the New Testament, I think. And that became like one foundation of my culture, of my belief system. So I think it's just something that I've developed naturally together. Like it's if you put someone else in the same situation, they would probably develop this similar way of mind. similar mindset. But it's a confusing problem, because it doesn't feel like a problem in many cases. It feels like a solution that is too big, that solves everything. And it kind of does. Like if you look at the Jesus religion and the whole thing there, like he basically says like you don't need to do anything at all. You just need to pray to God and be a nice person. Like you don't need to do anything. Like if God loves you, God is gonna give you everything that you deserve, and you don't need to do it. You can do things if you want to, but you don't need to do anything at all. If you want something, you can go after it, but you don't need to go after it. There's no need to do anything. But I think this religion, Jesus religion, and whatever, all religions are incorrect. Because I think, okay, I'm gonna see if I can go through this sidetrack here. In science and in the scientific community, my interpretation is that you have hypotheses, which is an idea that this might be true, and then you have a theory. And the theory is basically a hypothesis that have been tested again and again and again and again, and it seems so likely that that's basically you simplify it to it's the truth, or it's the way it is. Like you have a hypothesis that gravity works, that if you drop something, it falls down. And everyone experienced this throughout their life. So everyone has a theory of gravity. Everyone doesn't use the word gravity, but that's just part of language. And some people don't even have words for it, probably. The intuition of gravity. But yeah, it's become a theory. It's not really complete. Like we don't know if it's gonna be like that every time. Like then one day you encounter a helium balloon, and you let go of that one, it goes straight up, and your theory is just like what the fuck happening? And you have to create a different kind of theory. Your theory might have been like anything that is dropped will fall down, but this thing when dropped falls upwards, but all the other things that I've dropped previously in my life still falls down. So it's like all of the data and proof that I had before is still true, but this new thing is also true. So then you have to adopt, you have to slightly change your theory. Okay, I'm not going to go too further into that, because I wanted to go into religion and explain how this connects to religion. A religion is a theory. All religions are theories. It's a collection of a bunch of hypotheses. Oh, we think this, we think that, we think this, we think that, and a lot of experiences. We have experienced this and experienced that. We experienced this, that. So one of the this becomes very clear when you read the Bible from the beginning. Like there are like in the Jewish belief system from the Old Testament, you have laws. Not just the 10 laws like you should not steal, but you have laws like if you dig a hole and someone's animal falls into the hole, you need to pay them an animal. like if the animal is hurt. It's incredibly specific. It's incredibly practical. It's basically just a law. Like in a country, it's just a law. And it makes sense, everyone agrees to it. But it's something you've made up, a hypothesis. Like this law is truth. This law is good to have. This law is good to follow. This law is good to enforce, to make others follow. All of these hypotheses. And the Old Testament is full of a bunch of these things and stories explaining why hypotheses are good and not. Like Cain and Abel, I know they're the two brothers, and one of them is jealous. And through that story you get the hypothesis that jealousy is something that leads to a bad life. First of all, it feels horrible. Second of all, it leads to bad results. For you and for others. And you develop, you get experiences from the Bible and hypotheses. And all of it compiles into a complete mush of a theory that you have personally, because everyone hasn't the same exact theory of anything. I always say there are as many Christian faiths, beliefs, as there are Christian people, or there are even more. For every person there's a different belief, and you can also talk about God in this way. There are as many definitions of God as there are people, because God is such a combined, complex thing, the concept, the word, that no two people will agree on every part, ever. Even if you use the same words, it's not connected to the same feeling and deeper things. Like if you look at how intelligence works with neurons and stuff, you see that it's highly unlikely that someone has the same activation pattern when they think about God as another person. So every religion is a theory. I don't remember why I was talking about why I wanted to make that point. But every religion is a theory. It's something that can be disproven, and it's something too hard to disprove. If you've had it all your life, you need some other kind of experience in your life in order to challenge your belief. Because if you don't have another experience, then you don't need to change your belief. Even my belief, my religion, my Jesus-based principles, which I'm trying to kind of get rid of, because I'm noticing many flaws in that way of thinking. It's a piece of culture. Religion is a theory, is a piece of culture, we can say. How the world works, a mindset, is a piece of culture. And religions, I think this was the point I wanted to make. Religions are often seen as a strict thing. Like it's something, you grow up with a religion, you have a religion, and you stick to it. And that's what makes a religion, that you stick to it. Because if you wouldn't stick to it, then it wouldn't be a religion. That's a circular argument. Let me explain. The reason you don't stick to it, the reason why something that you don't stick to is not a religion is because there's something regarding the definition of religion, which is it has to be something, a big theory of, it has to be a big structure, theory, thing that you either believe in or not believe in, but you cannot change. I think it's because religion, like there is a religion, or it doesn't call itself a religion, Falun Gong, but it contains a bunch of mindsets and practices and principles and priorities. It's basically a big theory, and I don't know exactly why they don't want to call themselves a religion. Why not? Maybe it's connected to laws in China or whatever. But he says something. The founder says in his book something regarding, I don't know where he says it, but a belief system needs to prioritize itself above other belief systems. Like, it has to do that because, and this goes for every religion, but it's not stated in every religion in this way. But in order for a religion that aims to uplift a person to a certain high level of mindset, like the person needs to reach a certain point of adopting the completeness of the mindset in order to reach something like Buddha or enlightenment or heaven on earth, or reaching the full potential of the religion, like reaching at the top. In order to do that, the person has to follow the religion completely, because you have a limited working memory. You cannot have contradicting beliefs in you and be aligned. If you believe that money is evil, and you believe that you should be good, and you believe that you need money to survive, then there's a conflict. You're not aligned. You are keeping two different belief systems at the same time, which causes disharmony. And so what you need to do is pick one theory to go with. Either you think money is evil and you avoid money altogether, or you think money is good or neutral, and then you use it to survive, or you use it whatever. You can use it to whatever. If it's neutral, it doesn't matter. If it's good, you gather it. These are different theories, different mindsets, different religions, different cultures. But my point, coming back to the thing mentioned in Falun Gong, is that a religion has to be pushing away other religions in order for the person to become focused. So, and this makes total sense for also when it comes to the survival of a religion. If a religion says, believe this religion, but you can also believe in all other religions, that's fine, it doesn't matter, you can believe them also as well. Then people will listen to other religions freely, But then you encounter a religion that says, in order to believe in this religion, you must not believe in any other religion. You must only have one God. There's only one God. There is no other religion. This is the only way it is. This is the truth. Everything else is false. And if the other religion says, yeah, you can believe this religion, that's fine. And then you come here and start to believe this, and this one says you cannot believe that one. Okay, then it must be that this one I cannot cultivate that. I cannot develop culture there. I push it away. This is my religion now. And the religion needs to do this in order to survive amongst all of the other religions that says you can only believe in this religion. So you must disregard all the other religions. So that's why all of the religions become like a gathering point, like a low point where people fall into these categories, these religions, these theories, these mindsets, these cultures, where you fall into. And you only fall into them when they say you can only have us, you cannot have other religions, or you cannot have other cultures, or you cannot believe in religion, you must believe in science only. That's also a religion, there's also a theory. And connecting this to what Falun Gong said about this is that in order to really be aligned, you need to stick to one religion. You need to stick to one system until you have tested, until you have actually followed everything in that religion to see how far you could come, how high you could get. This is a trouble with a lot of religions that lead to death, because after death you can't really try another religion. That's a problem. But when it comes to alignment, you can simply see that if you have two religions in your mindset, you cannot reach the top of the state of that mindset. Like if you believe that money is evil, and you believe that society must have money to survive, like it's still a good, useful thing, and it's not wrong, but it's still evil. Like people with a lot of money are evil because they have a lot of money. It's greedy to have a lot of money, so I cannot have, like it. As long as you haven't settled exactly what you believe, then you cannot reach further in peace of mind, in your alignment, in your power, in your focus, because you're stopping yourself. Like you encounter a situation where someone says, I will make sure your life is completely free from survival. Like you will get so much money that you don't have to think about money your whole life. But you cannot just give the money away. You have to hoard it, and you have to only use it for your own good. You cannot give it away for free or whatever. Then your other mindsets comes in and say, won't I be an evil person if I have all of this money and I just have stacks of it and I just keep it? I don't give it away, I don't make use of it, I just keep it for myself. I have it in my bank account, I have my assets at home or in a safe, hidden somewhere. And people are gonna dislike me because they know I have a lot of resources and I'm well prepared for, like my whole life is solved, but people are going to starve because I don't give them money. Because if I gave them money, then they would be able to buy food. Then it becomes a hard decision. Should you receive that piece? Should you receive the money or not? Like, you cannot rise in both levels at the same time. And this is the thing with religions who are very thought out, and that's why religions are valleys where you need to stick to one of them and you have to abandon the other one. Because if you did in this situation, like you just choose one, let's say you choose this one and you say, okay, I'm just gonna be an evil person then. I'm an evil person. Maybe that's the solution. Maybe money is evil. Maybe I want to survive. Maybe it's egocentric. People will die because I don't give them money, because I don't give them resources. And I will just be evil. And that's me. I'm evil now. Then you can rise. And you can become really evil. And I think there are a lot of people, a lot of evil people who are doing this. They have this state of life. It's a kind of a religion. But also, what the thing with this religion, like this mindset, this theory of being evil, it doesn't benefit of sharing the religion. You don't want other people to be evil. So it's a kind of a valley, and you have to stick to it in order to really become extremely evil. But you also don't want to share it with other people, because if everyone else becomes this, then you cannot get more money, then you cannot become more evil. Because if everyone else keeps their money, then you cannot get their money. And if everyone else protects themselves like you do, then you cannot protect yourself more than them. Or maybe something like it becomes a power game, probably. Like you develop things like Machiavelli things. You think about how can you gain more power in order to get more safety of you want to protect your stuff, you want to protect your money. You don't want other people to have guns and weapons and organizations and power over your money. You don't want anyone to take your money away from you. You develop a whole mindset, everything. And yeah, you can, so backtracking a bit, I'm not saying everyone should be evil, that's not at all. What I'm saying is, if you choose one of these, you can rise higher. Let's go with the other scenario. Let's go back to the first scenario first. You believe money is evil, and you believe you should be a good person. And that I'm adding some stuff from before, but you believe you should be a good person, you should, but money is still needed for survival or something. Like you should be a good person. Let's go with that instead. You should be a good person, and you believe money is evil. And then you get rid of this instead. Okay. Wait. I just mixed things up. Or made things more complex. Yeah, okay. You believe that money is evil. Actually, that's a belief that you can share in both beliefs. But okay, in one case, you believe that you should be evil. Or you're allowed to be as evil as you want. And the other one is you have to be good. You have to share. If someone has less than you have to think about them and share. At least think about how you're trying to. That's kind of, it's not as good to just talk about it. It's better to just, if you really want to be a good person, then you just basically become Jesus and you give up everything, even your life. But anyway, so let's yeah, you believe you're gonna be good, and you abandon this. Actually, let's go back to the scenario where you believe both. Like you should be a little bit evil, in that you should be egocentric and think about this. So you should have a little bit of money. You should have, like, I don't know what's normal for people, but you should have 100,000 on your bank at all times. Like you should have that at least. Even if you can give up, you can give 10,000 to some people and they will not starve to death. It's better if you have 100,000, like you're surviving. And you believe you should be a good person. You should be giving. So if you get more than 100, if you get like 1,000,000 or something, then you just give away stuff. You give away until you have 100,000. And that's like there's a balance there, but you cannot reach higher. You cannot become super evil and you cannot become super good. And now the last scenario, you abandon this evil mindset completely and you think, I don't need 100,000 on my account, I don't need anything at all, I don't need to be evil at all, I don't need any egocentric stuff, I don't need any power, I don't need anything at all. And you believe you should be as good as possible, you should be good. Then you can really rise in this category. In this culture, in this theory, in this valley, in this mindset. Then you can really rise to the top there. You can give up everything. You can give everything away. First you give all of your money away, because that's really easy. That's the easiest thing to give away. And then you give away your food. That's also pretty easy to give away. And then you give away all your stuff. That's a bit more tricky to give away, because if you have a sofa, not everyone needs a sofa. So it's a bit tricky to give away. But you can give it away, or you can say it's here, anyone can take it, or whatever. Then you can really, like your conscience will be extremely clear, and you will have nothing. You will have no power. You will feel, in a sense, you will feel extremely calm. But if some simple thing happens, if you still have some beliefs, you still have some ego, like now we're gonna get down to real philosophy level. You believe that your body should survive. This is like this is like the step before becoming Jesus. Like if you give up everything and the last thing is your life, you're holding on to your life, you're saying I should be alive. Maybe you don't have anything left, but you have a portion of rice, or you have a rice bag, or you have some little bit of food, and you're extremely hungry, and you feel like, if I don't eat now, I'm going to die. If you keep this belief, then you will keep this food, and you will eat it. You will eat it, because there's a contradiction. They're pulling to different ways. But if you let go of this belief that you should be alive, then it doesn't matter if you have the rice or not. And then you can rise to the next level, to maybe the top. Maybe there's more stuff. Maybe there's more stuff, and I honestly think there is. Because I think consciousness is bigger than the body, it's different from the body. But yeah, it's interesting, now I'm thinking about it, and I'm emulating and thinking about my past experiences. Like, there was a time in our life where I really tried to follow Jesus and I tried to give everything away. But I encountered this kind of stop where I felt like, no, I don't want to give that away. I can't give that away. How can I do that? Like, I'm not. That will make me feel really bad if I do that. That will feel really stupid to do. And it wasn't my life. It was something more trivial, like. But it was down there. It was like I had given away everything, almost as much as I can. Now back to the situation. Okay, the last step, because there's a flip. There's like if I give away my life, and I say I don't give away my life, but I say it's more important to be good than having your life. It's more important to be good than having a life. If you do that, then you can rise to. I feel like like the vibration is rising or something, and you can see also that this must apply to everyone. That if my life is not more important than being good, then nobody's life is more important than being good. Isn't that the case? It's a question. It's still a question. It's not a statement. It's like a trust thing. It's like you're trusting some higher power, or maybe you're trusting the path. Maybe you're trusting the theory. My hand is getting tired. But there's a tremendous freedom in there. But I think it's only possible to reach that state if you create incredible safety around you. That you spend your resources on creating peace. Trust. Like you give away unconditionally. Because there are two things here. If you don't protect yourself, if you give everyone everything away for free, and you don't fight anyone, for anything. Like Jesus said, if someone is arguing about getting your shirt, then give your shirt and give also your next piece of clothing. Because these things does not matter. It matters more to show that you trust the theory. You trust being good more than you. I don't know. It's connected to many things there, but let's see if I can backtrack a bit. Yeah, it's regarding creating safety. Because, well, maybe if we look at the human as an animal or something, and we say, if you put an animal in this situation, it will behave like this. If you put an animal in this situation, it will behave like that. Then safety, I think we can observe things like you need safety in order to do this kind of thinking, in order to have peace. You need peace in order to think these thoughts. if you grow up in a culture of stress and chaos and war, etc., I don't know if it's possible to abandon that culture and instead cultivate a culture of giving away and being good, and just being good even though everyone around you is bad, because then why wouldn't you just lose your life in that situation? If everyone around you is just taking and they don't become nicer because you're nice, then eventually just your life will be taken. Isn't that the result? And isn't that bad? Maybe it doesn't matter. Like, if this belief really is true, then maybe it doesn't matter. Maybe having a body that works doesn't matter for the consciousness. Maybe the consciousness is bigger than the body, bigger than the human. Maybe goodness is bigger than the human, and maybe you can become this goodness that is bigger than the human. And I was thinking there, like, shouldn't you protect something? Shouldn't you protect, like, if you are in a place where people will take your stuff, will take your food, will take your things, and you give them away, and then you lose them, and you give up, like, you give your kidneys away, you give your liver away, you give your blood away, and then at some point your body cannot sustain itself, it just dies on an operating table, or you're giving your eyes away or something. And in this philosophy, the goodness will be better than. But there's another step, like there's something. If you don't have any survival instinct, you will die. Isn't that the truth? Is there, because there are intelligences everywhere. It's not just in the human mind, it's not just in animals, it's not just in organisms. Intelligence, when you separate it from any kind of idea of consciousness, and you just talk about intelligence, and you look at what it is, then you see it's basically a form of computation. That's the result of intelligence. That's what intelligence is. Making decisions, recognizing patterns, and you can make a computer do that. Computers can be intelligent. They can have intelligence. And if you look deeper into what it is, and you look at what is pattern recognition really, then you can see that a rock has intelligence. It behaves in a way. This is kind of a simple way to explain it, but you can use rock intelligence to determine if something is weak or strong. If you drop a rock on another rock, then you can determine that the other rock is strong. If you drop a rock on an egg, you can see that the egg breaks, and you can determine that the egg was weak. And if you have two things that look completely identical, they look like two rocks. It's a round surface, completely shiny. There are two of them. One of them is an egg, or one of them is a rock. And you need to determine which one. You need to categorize which one is egg or which one is rock. Then you can use rock intelligence. It contains all, it's a combination of rock intelligence and human intelligence and human body intelligence and stuff. And in this case you don't need a rock. You can just drop the two shiny round rocks on the ground and see which one breaks, so you can lift them up and feel how heavy they are. But you can still use the rock for this type of intelligence. You can use another type of pattern recognition and decision making. If you take a stamp, like one of those things where you, on one side you carve out a symbol, and then you stamp it in some ink, and then you stamp it on a paper. It has an intelligence. It creates a pattern when you stamp this somewhere. And the body and the human mind and anything cannot create this pattern on this piece of paper without some extra tool. But in this case I kind of translating tool to intelligence, because you're using it to create a pattern. I don't know, this is on the fringe of things that I've been thinking about, so I don't have a good way of explaining it. But yeah, it connects back to what I was thinking about. There are intelligence everywhere. Everything is intelligent everywhere. There's a theory or a culture or a religion that's called what's it? Pan consciousness or something like that. That everything is conscious. It goes parallel with the idea of everything is intelligent. There's intelligence everywhere. And this connects to the idea that something more intelligent is a bigger system of small intelligent things. It's a hierarchy. And the idea there that I think of is that, well, okay, let's go into superintelligence. Superintelligence is something smarter than a human. And if you think about it, we have superintelligence already. I learned this from a really good video. I don't remember the channel name, but I can dig it up. A group of people is more intelligent than one person. A country is more intelligent than one person. A country can solve so many different problems than one person can. And it's more intelligent in most of things than a person. So we already have superintelligence. And this is next level, like it's up in the hierarchy. Because a country, if you separate a country from the person, which is kind of impossible, but if you think about what a country can do and what a person can do more fine-tuned things. Like you have a hand, you can pick something up. A country, in one sense, cannot pick something up. It is the person that picks something up. The country intelligence is dependent on the person intelligence, following the country intelligence. And then it's like a hierarchy. The country is somewhere up here, and the country has organizations and stuff, and companies and stuff, and down here you have all the humans, and under the humans if we lift this whole thing up, under the humans we have the human hands, and under the hands we have the fingers, and we have the muscles, and under the muscles and the fingers, each of these things, we have the cells, and under the cells we have the cell walls, and under that we have the hierarchy of the mitochondria, and under that we have the molecules, and under that we have a hierarchy of elements, and under that we have a hierarchy of waves or strings or quantum particles, and above countries we have the EU, or we have the Earth, and maybe there are more Earths somewhere, maybe there are planet systems, maybe there's a God somewhere up there. And that's what I think, like, if you are part, like, if there might be, there are probably like I said before, there are more gods than there are humans. There are more definitions of God than there are, well, there are saying at least equal or more definitions of God as there are humans. And you can even say there are, if a consciousness has encountered the concept of God, there are as many definitions of God as there are consciousnesses. Anyway, so there's probably, and this connects to reality, not just definitions. Like, you can take, country can be divided into sub things, like here we have the government and we have the business sector, private sector. These are two different things, but they are the same thing if you think of country, but they are two different things. You can appeal to both of them. There are theories, there are systems, there are priorities, there are rules, there are what they feel is valuable, what they feel are valuable. Maybe there's a system, several religions that think that being good is valuable. If you're good, the system will give you survival. If you're good, the system, the God or the system in the hierarchy will keep you alive. I just got a bit tired there because I realized that I'm probably alive because I'm useful right now. And the second I'm not useful to the higher powers that can use me for something else, I will no longer exist. Like, my body will no longer exist. I don't know what happens with my consciousness, but I think consciousness die every second anyway. But we're not going to go into that. I went into that a couple of days ago, a little bit. Okay, so this day did not go as I was planning yesterday. First of all, I spent a lot of time refurnishing the room, and now I spent a lot of time discussing my philosophies. I think about goodness and about evil. And probably all of this that I'm saying is probably much more simple and much more hard to understand. Now I'm gonna go to toilet, and then I'm gonna get my next batch of cognitive enhancement. Here's my next batch of cognitive enhancement. It's the caffeine in green tea, mashed up green tea leaves. I don't know if you can see. Cacao, star anise, cloves, cardamom, cinnamon, and then hot water and alcohol, 1 milliliter alcohol. It's gonna brew there for a while. I just noticed something interesting regarding the streaming. Well, I was noticing when it happened, but it's like I've become more comfortable streaming, so I can share more stuff, or I know how to share stuff, or maybe it's just that I've been streaming so much that now eventually it has naturally come to a time where I share philosophy stuff. Yep. I should also mention that the day before yesterday, when I did that killer workout, it was on Tuesday, I think. I felt really good at the end of the day. Really good at the end of the day. My body felt like I've moved everything that I could. I was moving, everything felt... I have a hole here. No, there. And that exercise was one of the hardest things I've done. And I was thinking maybe I need to do that kind of level of exercise every day, or more often at least. Maybe I'm not moving my body enough. Even if I move my body with my system, like micro movements, and I have my aerobic tempo exercises, maybe I need even more. Maybe even more training is even better. At some point it will be too much. And today I'm gonna take a break because for a couple of days I felt like my scapulas, these muscles here, have been like there's a small, not a pain, but a strain or something, where I feel like I should not overexert them. Also, recent couple of days I've been using these muscles a lot, which put a lot of strain on my knees. So my knees really needs some recovery. Yeah, more recovery. So today It would be nice to do aerobic, because it's always nice how aerobic tempo cleans like the inside. The blood pumping around. It's like a shower on the inside. The blood just moving everything. But I haven't found a good aerobic tempo that is also slightly calmer, in a sense. Like, it doesn't do any fast movements, and it doesn't do any anaerobic tempo, like pushing the muscles. I don't want to push the muscles to the max. I want to push the heart and the lungs to the max. Maybe bicycling. Or something like the thing where you do, like on the gym, there's one of these things. There's no strain, you're just using every muscle like equally, and that means every muscle just uses a little bit of energy, but as a whole you need all of the energy. You need a lot of oxygen, so you breathe a lot, and you need the blood pumping out a lot, so you get this cardiovascular exercise, aerobic tempo, without straining any muscles. You get the inside shower. My body's getting sweaty. I don't want to sit anymore. Also, I took a little break from my micro movement system. So now I think I'm gonna start with my micro movement system. Prepare that. Also, one thing before I do that, I woke up at 10 today. I went to bed at I think 2 or 3. So I have not been sleeping a lot, but I still feel quite well rested. But I don't feel like completely cognitively performative. So that's why I think today will be like more of a calmer day. Let's see what okay, so these are the things that I did yesterday. I'm gonna get my little box and get all the exercises and then mix them up. I don't know, somehow. I think also, yeah, Tuesday when I was working out on that really tough one, something else that I also did that day was I had like two of these exercises were 10-minute long exercises, and that is quite the like that increased the movement during the day even more, and that might have had an even better effect than the intense program. So maybe I might try something like training like for 10 minutes every hour or something. Maybe I'll try that one day. What time is it now? 14:06. So I'm gonna do a 14 exercise. Now continue filling up here. The main point of these exercises on this system that I made on Monday, I made the system. It took more than 3.5 hours to make this system. Now, yoga, cat, cow, spinal wave. I want to learn how it focuses. What does it decide to focus on? What if I do like this? Yeah, then it focuses. So since I've done a reset on screens, like a different, I need to change. Gotta set up the screens on OBS. Is this the right one? No, that's the screen HDMI 1, HDMI 2. This one says HDMI, but it's not connected through the HDMI. It's connected through what are these long ones with a bunch of squares and then a plus sign. DVI maybe. Yeah, this when I was doing, this is a sidetrack, but when I was doing the refurbishment and reconnecting the computer, I saw at the back of my computer. Previously, I've been connecting this VGA screen to the internal graphics card, and I have the external graphics card, which I have obviously connected the other screens, which makes total sense if you're gonna run a graphical intensive game. But when I run my AI models on a graphics card, graphics cards have made those screens stop working. And now when I crawl back and saw, I actually have a DVI outlet on the internal graphics card, and I have HDMI outlet. So now I have all of my screens connected to my internal graphics card, which is basically that I'm not using my NVIDIA GTX 1060 for anything, which means I can just run AI models and I don't need to fix the problem with the screen breaking, because I can just run the models on it. And that's really business-wise practical solution, which is great. Then I will not have the same problem as I had yesterday. Yeah, it's gonna be great. Now let's move through the day. Protocol, and let's find my yoga, cat, cow, spinal wave. Oh, this is an 18-minute long video. This is a whole exercise. Maybe I might as well do it. Maybe I might as well do it. It's not just a spinal wave. I don't know what to do about this when it comes to the system, but today I will just basically I'll do it because I feel like 18 minutes moving more, just like I said before, moving more throughout the day makes me feel so good. And see if I have sound. Don't have sound. Technically I can swivel my TV around, but I will still not be able to see much of it. I think it's still better to use my monitors for this. This is another thing that I was thinking when I did the refurnishing, that I should be able to see videos when I train. So since I have space out here and the monitors are turned this way, it will be easy to
do I stretch my hamstrings or my hip flexors first? This needs to all be predetermined. So if you don't already have a routine, follow along with me. This routine is designed to...
I don't know why the sound is so low.
And at the very least...
It's high there. Okay, it's down there.
Enjoy this beautiful summer. Let's do it. I love this routine for the mornings because we get to start on the ground. Let's do it. It's morning, you're waking up, the alarm goes off, you're half asleep, your dogs and your kids kept you up. The last decision you want to be making is, well, do I stretch my hamstrings or my hip flexors first? This needs to all be predetermined. So if you don't already have a routine, follow along with me. This routine is designed to wake up your joints and muscles slowly. And at the very least...
I cannot share the audio because then it will be a copyright situation. But I can share parts of the video and I'm gonna follow along on my new workout space, my upgraded workout space. I need a rubber mat, it seems like. Previously I've been using just my pants and folding them twice, and then it's because I only need it for my knees when my knees are down like this. So, but I prefer to not stream myself in underwear too much because I think it will be too distracting for people. Right, I'm gonna do this and you do whatever you want. That was great. I got a little sweaty actually. I want to share with you an exercise that I've come up with. It's not tested. I don't know if it's good or bad, but it's something that really stimulated my knees, and not in a bad way. It like when I did this, the next day I felt my knees were like growing, like the opposite of pain. It was a sensation in my knees I never had before. And I kind of want to call it star jumps, but it's not. It's not these star jumps. The point is that you jump in a star pattern, or then back. Cognitively, it's a bit tricky, but what you want is you jump from one side to this side. Like you want to jump from sides, from different kinds of sides, to put kind of this different kinds of strains on your knees. So I know, like maybe you can jump from side to side like this, and then from forward to this, and then you can diagonally on one side, and then diagonally on the other side. And then you can. I didn't try this specific one. Instead, I wanted to jump in a star pattern, but first of all, it's pretty tricky to do it. And then you want to do it both directions. So you want to reverse it. If I started like at the top of the star, and then jump backwards. Kind of get lost. It's fun. It's tricky. Whew, now I worked out too much, now I'm getting sweaty. This is not the goal. Opening up the window. Drinking my cognitive enhancement mix. Okay. Time has passed 2 hours and 40 minutes since the start stream. Before that I was fixing the furniture, furniturizing. Before that was the lecture. And for that was sleep. And I'm not sure if I should go to try to remember more, because it will fill my working memory with stuff. Now, I might be ready to either slowly go into making 3D map stuff, or I make food. It's a bit tempting to make food, but if I make food I need kind of to change I need kind of change the schedule, because it's going to change so many things downstream. If I eat food now, (14:42), I'm gonna get hungry sooner, and I'm gonna eat omelette sooner. All this is generally good. My aim is actually to eat all of my foods before 12 o'clock or before 15 o'clock or before 14 o'clock. But yeah, it's gonna lead, like if I eat now, I'm gonna eat, I wanna eat my omelette like at 17, 18, 19. Maybe I'll be able to go to bed sooner. I aim to go to bed sooner, but I'm not sure if it's the optimal way of doing things in this day and age, in this computer age. I don't know. It's a lot of things to think about when designing that. I basically done today's exercise by doing that for 18 minutes or 16 maybe, 15 maybe. So I don't have to exercise more, but I would probably do that because it feels so good. Or I'll just do my micro movements throughout the day and see how I feel. No, I kind of I want some aerobic tempo to flush the inside. And maybe I shouldn't sit like this and stop the blood flow. It's I'm becoming a little bit tired. haven't slept a lot. Slept okay, but not as much as usual. I kind of don't like looking at this TV on the back side of the TV. Kind of feels limiting. I prefer to look at this direction because there's more space towards there. This almost like feels like looking into a wall. Look. We have this screen, that screen, and then that screen. It's like I'm in a storage. Something. I'd much rather look at this direction. Free, open, also this. I could potentially put my computers here. That would block some of the lights, but it also makes it easy for me to spontaneously look throughout the day. That's the design I had in my previous apartment. I had the computer at the window. If I do that, I can have the computer on the windows, but it becomes slightly troublesome to open it. Yeah. Oh, I'm just seeing a note. Make sure Olama doesn't freeze monitors forever. Problem solved. Maybe. We got one just solution. This is nice. With my chair I can do this when I feel like. I can actually work from this a couple of minutes. But I should turn it. That's better. Because this part is more edgy. Creating a 3D world. I think I'm gonna open the backlog. And I'm gonna think about what am I gonna do on the whiteboard up there. We have these two. Add optimization features to manage feature list. Optimization feature must include humming map to create the map independently from Godot. We have home Tistou Nexus documents 3D map to progress. It's a file on the computer. Wait, I had it in documents. This is kind of the rough plan that I have right now. And if I'm gonna follow this plan, you see at the furthest down we have a bunch of weeks. There are 15 weeks. This is the week I'm right now. Next week, and that's when I start to package the game. So this is the time I have for development. and I'm thinking of having each week releasing one version of the game, which improves over time, and the same thing for the 3D map of the game. So gradually I make something better and better. So I'm like, it's something that can grow and become better and better. Now someone is doing something. I think they're cleaning away gravel. But there are two things with this. Like, if we do it feature by feature, there's more legacy code and there's more planning that needs to be done overall. Because then I plan and I make a feature, and then I make a new plan considering the previous feature, and there to make a new feature, a new architecture, and gradually the architecture will become more and more complex. And since we have investment bias, or what's it called, which is also, it's not just a cognitive bias, but it's also a good thing to make sure you don't waste time in the past. If I do it gradually, develop one feature, then another, then another, then another, then I don't want to remove the features, and I prefer to reuse the features that I've made, and that locks me in. That locks me in to a certain path forward, which limits what can be done, and it might lead to a not good enough result. So I prefer to make a plan that is perfect. And that is what I'm doing with the game, and I think I'm gonna do it also with the 3D map and the mapping tool. So I'm gonna have like a MVP feature list when it comes to the mapping tool. MVP feature list. So I'll do those first, and that will be one architecture. But we make first a MVP architecture with all features that are needed, so they work together nicely. Then, when all MVP features are done, we can rethink architecture and refactor. Good. I think that's how we do it. Maybe I don't need a share. This engages muscles though, so I cannot stay this for long. But the main problem is getting sweaty. Second problem is acid. This is good for sitting, like stretching out this leg like this instead of having it like this all the day, and then doing a switch. Yeah, this is good. This is something that everyone should be doing probably. So maybe today's work will be an MVP feature list. Step 2, MVP architecture. Step 3, iteratively create, develop feature by feature. Step 4, either end of development time, need to make the actual map. Better result from developing the map instead of the tool, or plan for new feature or improve. Coming up with features is probably easy at this point, but we need to revisit all ideas in idea document, etc. I don't know. Step 5, timeout. The game is packaged and the 3D map is complete. Quality has reached its peak. Reach as high as possible. The 3D map and the tool becomes better and better, but the important part, the essential part is this second line. The goal is not to make the 3D map tool. The goal is to make an optimized nice map before the time runs out. So I wonder if, like, this is kind of a lot of context switching. Like, every day I do a completely different thing. Monday is cognitive enhancement, and they are studies and production. Tuesday is actual upgrade the game design and Godot development. Wednesday is upgrading the root AI tool. It's AI theory in practice. And then Thursday is upgrading the 3D map tool. Friday is build, big picture overview and reviewing builds. And Saturday is sprint plan. And then Sunday is admin tasks and survival things, like looking for jobs and checking emails. And there's a lot of every day there's a context switch. But maybe if I do it 3 weeks, I will feel easy to do context switching. It's like everything leads to the next thing. They talk about each other. They lead to each thing. The next. The first make some kind of vision board or something where all elements are there that are needed. Think first principles. Okay, let's try this plan. Simple. That's it. The plan might work like this. So we'll do step 1. And the plan, like, this is a very simple document. It keeps everything good. And here are the list of features that I've planned so far. And yeah, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna Am I gonna Google a bunch of images of 3D maps, or am I gonna think from first person principles from the start? I think I think from first person from the start. I'm gonna try that. So let's. This is kind of like a sub-sprint backlog kind of thing, and the Google Doc one is like keeps the epics or something, and this is how I divide one of my epics or something like that. So I'm gonna move this, and I actually have moved, so up here is my TV screen. So I'm gonna move this up here to my TV. And then here it is, the TV. That doesn't look quite right. Something is wrong. Now I need to navigate to OBS. Okay, that's the TV screen. It is the TV screen. We don't have any crop. But there's something wrong with it. Okay. What? How come my pointer can be outside this box? I'm gonna check how the TV screen looks. Oh. The problem is in OBS. I believe. Now, no, that's the wrong one. HDMI 2. Now we have something that makes more sense. Actually, I might not show the TV. I might show. Can I make this smaller? Yes. Then I can see all of it at once. Good. I will probably show the webcam instead. Or maybe I'll just do something like that. Because the important thing is the whiteboard. And then you will have some idea of what's going on up here. Maybe. No, I think it's better to keep it clean. Okay. Let's see my new. Now we're gonna get much higher up with the camera. This is gonna be great. You can center it. Wow, doesn't even fit the whole whiteboard. That just means the TV gotta go back a bit. Do we fit the whole thing now? Yeah, definitely. And which side do I want to stand on? I feel like standing on that side today. Yeah. This is great. The only thing is I cannot see myself or my stream. Maybe I can turn this other monitor around temporarily to get a little idea. Yeah, I can easily take a little gander there, the stream, but I can't see myself. Yeah, I wanted to see myself to make sure I was in there. Now, I'm gonna make a little plan here. And this is for today's work, and this is not the... I just realized I can put the stream on the TV. At least this time. Here's the chat. And if we could see this video a bit more. That's funny. That's got the chat. How do I do this? Can I put it in? But I want to see all of this. Yeah, it's not gonna work. It's better if I do it quick. But I might push the TV a little bit. I could push the TV a bit that way. I could definitely do that. Everything will change a bit on this side, but I think it will be okay. For now, it's experimentation. You still have the same axis as before. And you can even turn the TV like that. That's good for me and the stream. And then I have my little screen on the side here. Let me actually show. Let me give you some streaming. Like, so I have my main computer there, and this monitor I've turned it away, so I here can see the stream and the chat and what's the camera there. And then, so when I stand here, I can easily see my stream there. And I move this TV to the left, so I can see the plan and everything. And up here, I put the camera, so the camera can see the whiteboard. That is cool. That is kind of cool. Right. Now looking at the document here, 3D map tool, and what will be today's goal? Maybe step 1, feature list, 3D map feature list. Or actually, let's start with one goal at a time. Part of the feature list will not finish. If we might finish the feature list today, we might not finish it today. But in order to make the feature list, yeah, I'm going to change the plan a little bit on the document there. And now I'm testing the other feature where I'm moving my mouse and keyboard to this place. Actually, now focusing on this instead, I'm gonna finish it and then get back to you. Okay, there we go. How do I show this easiest? Like that. Amazing, that was smart. Now, as you can see here, I have many steps. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 steps. And it's very granular. Kind of every step leads to some concrete goal. So first step is I removed the numbers because I had to change them all the time. Whiteboard feature. I am with the whiteboard and I make a feature list from first principles. Then I draw some whiteboard sketches on top of this image. Then I make a Google Doc. I photo this whiteboard, make a Google Doc with this whiteboard image, just like I did with the root AA theory document. Very simple, extremely simple. Then I update the Google Doc with inspirational images that I find online to verify that I've thought about all features. I'm going to look at some 3D maps and some different styles and maybe go through some images that I have had before regarding inspiration of the map. Then I'm going to update my Google Doc with features if I come up with some changes that I need to do. I think I gotta do like this. This is to stop my feature creep reflex that gotta remember everything until I estimate the time it takes, because here I'll estimate the time of this in sprints per feature, and then I will start the scoping and then try to develop. Yeah, so I need to remember these things like continually here. It will be my system prompt for me. This working situation is great. It's like almost like a standing. I can also see outside. It's kind of a cool situation I've developed. Anyways, okay, so that's the plan now. So I'm gonna, and every step leads to, actually let me go through them. Whiteboard feature list from first principles. I'll start with the first principles up here and then work down from what I need to what I will develop more specifically. Features. Dividing it into features. I'm going to change feature list, my map, hierarchy map. It's a clear hierarchy mind map. It's not spreading like that. It's going down. And then sketches. Write some sketches on here. Then Google Doc with the whiteboard. Then I come back to the working station. Sit down and work, and then standing up is so good for my legs, like I'm not sitting down. It's such a good thing. Google Doc with whiteboard image, and then we have update Google Doc with inspirational images. Google Doc gets inspirational images. Then we check if we need to change the features one last time to make sure everything is connected into a perfect plan. perfect plan. This is what I call a perfect plan. It's very thought out. We estimate the sprints per feature, so how many sprints it take, and here I'm gonna look at that one, the other whiteboard, because I have 15 or 14, because today I'm spending on this, so 14 until the map must be done. So I'm dividing half of it to actually like fine-tune and making the map, and the first half to develop the tool to make it easy to make the map. That's a simple way of doing it. Yesterday I calculated if I have 6 minutes to make a house, then on 7 weeks, which is half, I can make all of the houses if I spend 8 hours a day making houses. 700 houses times 6 is 4,200 if I remember correctly, amount of minutes, and that is perfectly into what was it, 7 days, 7 times 8 hours, something like that. Right, I've estimated the sprints per feature to see the time cost, and then I scope the features into available time, because I will most certainly, this is not the pre-perfect plan, this is the pre-perfect plan. And then when I've estimated them and scoped in available time, then I make full estimate, then I estimate them at time again, one more time, based on the architecture. So I only dive into the features, the actual architecture of each feature, and how they connect, how they all connect. Roughly, more detailed, interconnect maybe, and then how they connect first. Then I estimate them to create them, the whole system, the full architecture that connects to each other, but it's divided feature by feature. Yeah, it needs a ranking also. How they all connect, which feature must be developed first, ranked. That should be a separate feature. Step. Individual architecture, isolated feature architecture, and then interconnected full architecture, and then step. I think I'm doing the right thing now, dividing these things into micro tasks or goals. I guess these are goals in my AI theory system. Maybe this is a good way to do it, or maybe I'll need to combine these two. Not sure. But they need to be done. Then I interconnect them to each other. Then I rank features. It's not really rank, it's like prioritize feature plan or feature estimate sprint feature architecture time cost feature by feature. Each step doesn't need to go into much detail. That's going to be the hard thing, to remember the whole big picture in my mind while I do this, because I'm going to go into one step and then I'm going to finish that and then I'm going to zoom in and I'm going to think, oh, what's the next step? And I'm not going to think what's the next step, I'm just going to naturally start working, and then I'm going to get distracted by this, or the opposite of distracting because it's positive, and see, oh, I actually finished this one now. Oh, I actually finished half of this. Oh, I only did half of this and then started to do the next one. So I think it's important to have actually this on my TV screen here. So I do, so I come back to it. Now I have more steps, but everything is divided. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 steps we have now. Now I can start working. I wonder how long I should be working. Before I train, do the next training session. I did recently the yoga for 15 minutes. Oh, this is great, because when I look out I see a house that is perfect. It's clean and everything. It looks like a very simple house that I can imagine. Like, these are the kind of features that I need in the... I can actually show the house for you. It's that red house. Very typical house. Like, same colors on the walls. I got these white between the ones, and then windows and a pointy roof, gabled roof. It's gonna be fun to go into that stuff. Then I'm gonna go into the house editor. I'm gonna dive into what I've done before. That's a bit of a legacy code, but it's probably useful. I wonder if I should listen to some music or not. I just remember I've passed some time. I should probably do some micro task. That's good, I think, after planning. Time is 15:30. I missed one task, which is fine because I did the long yoga one. Now it's 15:30. Decompression. Passive bar hang. This is gonna be tricky because I don't have a bar here. But there is a tree outside. I don't know. Actually, I can check it on this while I'm here anyways. I just need to find the passive bar hang. Cool. Let's update. The correct video. And maybe it is correct video.
In this video, I'm going to show you how to do an exercise called the passive hang.
Alright, let's go.
You may be trying to do this because you have shoulder pain or even upper back mobility issues. So I'm going to show you some progressions to help you do this exercise no matter what level you're starting at.
You didn't want to
show
share.
you at the end of the video where this is all heading in terms of making your shoulder and spine feel good.
Good.
I'm Matt Shu from Upright Health, where we help you move beyond your limitations so you can live with confidence. Be sure to check out the description box for links to helpful things like our playlist on shoulders and our playlist on back pain. And while you're down there, be sure to click the subscribe button so you don't miss out on any of our great future.
Sounds great. What? Why did you?
And if you're a longtime subscriber and you speak of the orthopedic surgeon John Kirsch, who talked about the passive hang as an exercise that can help you recover from shoulder impingement symptoms and rotator.
This is advanced stuff. This is not just a shoulder hang, this is theory.
From a bar and letting your shoulders and your shoulder muscles adapt to that overhead position. Now, there are some videos out there online to kind of show you the passive hang, but there aren't a lot of good videos to show you regressions and progressions. So in this video, I'm going to show you how you can start off if you have some shoulder issues, and then what you're eventually going to build up to.
I'm not sure if I can show the sound
so
of
that
the
you
video.
know where you're headed and you know why you're doing what you're doing. The first progression for this exercise is to start with a lot of assistance. So you take a chair or stool or something else that you can safely put a lot of weight on, and you stand on it, you grab the pull-up bar, and then you start to let your butt sink down so that your hands and your arms and shoulder muscles are taking the weight. If it feels like you are in such an intense amount of pain that you can't breathe, then you're doing too much. You want to start off gently so that you can hang in that position and breathe and let the muscles around the shoulder relax and get acclimated, get used to working in that position. Because most adults haven't done anything like this in decades, this can feel really, really intense. So just take it slow and start off with short spurts of a few seconds and then gradually build up until you can put more and more.
Trapezius. Trapezius. Splenius capitis. I don't know if this is Splenius cervicis. Rhomboids minor. Rhomboids major. I guess this gets pushed down, or maybe stretched. Since this goes down, this gets
weight into
and
your
affects
shoulder
this,
muscles and into your hands.
I don't know.
Once you feel like you can really take your weight in your arms, shoulders, and hands for at least 30 seconds, maybe even a minute if you want to be more conservative, then you can start to progress this by lifting one foot up off of the chair. And in the same way you progress that first version of the exercise, you just want to start gradually with small doses and then building up. So one way you might want to consider doing this is do it for like 5 seconds with 1 foot up, and then put that foot down, and then do it for another 20 seconds with the first version of the exercise with both feet down. And then maybe the next day you could do 10 seconds with 1 foot up, and then go back.
That's good. We're learning a lot.
Back to another 20 seconds with both feet down. And then you could go on the next day, maybe go 15 seconds, and then maybe only 15 seconds with 2 feet down. Just sort of varying the length of that more intense version of the exercise so that the muscles of your shoulder are learning to take that for longer and longer periods of time.
Can I hang on my door?
Once you've gotten comfortable with that progression for a minimum of 30 seconds for at least 2 sets, then you can move on to doing the final progression, which is to lift both feet up off of the chair. In the same way we did the previous progression, you can start off.
I thought it was gonna talk more about
off the chair and then put one foot
how to do
down,
it, like
and
what
then
to
get used
relax, or
holding for
like
another
if I should
25, 30 seconds. So you're
move
building that
muscles this
endurance
way or
and
this
comfort.
way, or
And
how
then
wide,
next
or
set again, holding a little bit longer with both feet up off of the chair, and then doing the remainder of the time.
how to do it right on
the chair
hanging.
again.
This one
So
shows
the idea is
one
just gradually
side and
increase
then the
amount
other.
of time you're exposed to that more intense stimulus, and then give yourself a little more time at the regressed version so that you're building that strength. Once you can do that progression for and just hang out from your pull-up bar, if you can do the passive hang now, you probably do next. And that means you are fully passively hanging, and then when
What?
you do the passive hang now, you probably feel like you are awesome and can conquer the world. And you're probably thinking, what's the next step? What do I do next? And the answer for you, my friend, is you want to be able to do a pull-up from the passive hang position. So that means you are fully passively hanging.
No, that's not the progression. You start up, you jump up to the first position, and then you slowly go down. And then you jump up, and then you slowly to go down. And eventually you will be able to pull yourself up. You missed one's progression
And
step.
pulling yourself up to the bar like a full pull-up. If you want to see a video on progressions for that exercise,
That's
then
another
be
video.
sure to click the like button and leave us a comment. If we can get one.
Okay. I didn't really learn anything there, so I'm gonna
There's evidence showing
take this
that
one. I'm actually adding this one instead. Here. Then I'll see that one next time. And now I'll just do some hanging. I wonder if I should go outside. I think so. I think that's the best way to do it. There's a tree outside. I can't. Here's the thing I didn't think of when I was doing the refurnituring, is that it would be nice to be able to film outside the window. Because we're stuck at this here. Can't really go much further than that. So I'm basically just gonna go out downstairs and do pull up. No, not pull up, because I don't want to use these muscles. These muscles need a rest. I'm just gonna go there and hang, and then I'll come up again. I'm also gonna not use my glasses, so I get a relax, so I can see the distance. Oh, I forgot I need my keys. That felt great. I found a branch and it was slightly thicker on one side and dangling on the other, so put my hands together and hang them together like this for 30 seconds, and it was tricky to do that. And then I switched to the other side of the branch and I hang for 30 seconds, and it was even more tricky. I think it was great. Now there were some people outside talking and doing things. I need to clean my glasses. Why do I get a YouTube recommendation of ping pong? Block your return. Don't let none of those apply. Move through the day, done. Took a bit of cognitive supply, but it also gave cognitive supply because it was a break from things. So overall, and then I learned, so next time it would be easier to just do. Okay, let's see if we can start off step 1 and see. This is great, like all of these movement, micro movements are small, that I learn a bunch of different movements. It creates like a movement creativity. So now I just feel like moving like this, and I know it's good because I'm stretching the muscles that need to be stretched. My body knows. I just haven't been listening to it. Whiteboard feature list hierarchy mind map. From first principles, simplest MVP features only solve the problem, first principles. 3D map tool. The goal is not to make the 3D map tool, the goal is to make an optimized nice map before the time runs out. 3D map tool makes it easier, makes it faster to make all houses. The map tool contains a house editor, or it's a separate software but can update houses in a Godot project. 3D map is updates just like the game. Version 1, 2, and then when time's right, that's the final 3D map. Develop feature by feature, but we make a first MVP architecture with all features that are needed, so they work together nicely. Then all MVP features done, we can rethink architecture and refactor. I just realized that not possible yet, or blocked. That's better. Blocked. Need to design test session first. Find 3D map requirements. Good. So when we come to that point, gotta divide it. Design steps. Direction design steps. And then architecture. Architecture steps. Plan steps. Optimization test steps. Now we have more things to do. Steps. Find the optimization architecture tests different architectures. Finds and tests the architectures regarding amount of assets, size of assets, loading, unloading, etc. Time estimation steps. Yeah. Yeah. We got rid of some steps, so we saved some time, but we realized some hidden work that I didn't see before regarding the optimization. This is something that I was previously thinking of having different, because here we have this task. I think it is, yeah, it's optimization. I was thinking of dividing these two into two. But now I have a different way. Like, I'm gonna mash these up into an epic that connects to this document instead, or something like this, or a Google document maybe. Yeah. So first we gotta pick research requirements and do specs of target audience computers, old ones. Create spec margins in document. Then after research requirements, then we use requirements to find a solution, find an optimization solution, find or invent Google spec doc of solution. And then implement the solution. Yep. In a Godot test project. Simulating the real game as well as possible. Easy since 3D math, driving, etc. is its own scene. Step test. Create. Fill with placeholder assets to test the optimization prototype. If it's step decide what metrics to measure, implement into solution, so I can see test data on a laptop. Implement and metric UI. It's not just a metric. But it's UI. Metric plus UI. Into solution. So I can see test data on laptop. Decide what metrics are okay and what's not okay. What are pass or not pass. Field place test session. Enough. Run test Godot laptop and values tests. If pass. If fail, go to previous steps. This plan is getting so advanced that I will not remember this whole plan, which means that I will either have to rehearse this plan several times to remember it, or I need to kind of trust it and just, okay, now I'm doing this step. I just need to trust the process and just do this step and maybe learn the next step. Maybe that will maybe I'll be able to follow that. Amount of assets. I'll take a chance and remove that. And then we will not be blocked. Define the requirements. Some features will be developed during the optimization steps. Field placeholder with assets, run. This is not part of optimization steps. This is part of our architecture plan. But I'm not sure if I'm going to plan if I've done the optimization steps, because then I have all the features in there. Post optimization features. Feature plan. Feature sprint plan or product owner. Go through feature list one by one. Made in first steps. Made in, what do you call it, design, interaction design. Plan is changing as I'm thinking, and there's probably more hidden work. Like, why wouldn't there be more hidden work to this? But the priority is good. First I make a rough interaction design steps of what features I need, and then I use that to decide optimizations regarding implementing some of these features and what the end result will be. I need to be clear on these ones that think from a user standpoint. You are using the map tool and you need features to create the map. I think I gotta put this one on each step as well. Or maybe not on that one. Actually, yes, on that one. The pre-perfect plan. There's no perfect plan thinking anymore. Yeah, now the plan is so large that my head is completely full. Now comes the doing of the plan. I'm 4 hours into this, and again I think this plan is complete. maybe it's best if I do exercise, or maybe it's better if I just eat. I'm quite hungry, you know. I've been moving and exercising without any food, so maybe I've done some yoga today. Maybe I can do my 30-minute yoga thing. The comfortable thing would be to fall back on making food. I could do exercise. That would push me to a new level, probably. I'll burn a lot of fat. And I will get a real break. Probably. A proper break from all of this work. So that when I've trained, showered, and eaten, and I enter golden hour, I will have a completely different mind than if I eat and shower. Then that will not be enough for a break, I think. So I'm gonna do even more yoga. Whew. Sitting down, it's nice. Yeah, that's one negative thing of standing up. It takes energy to be standing up. It takes energy from the brain, probably. Okay. I could do this one. It's more calm. Yeah, I'm gonna do this one. But I want aerobic. And I've already done kind of yoga today. This would be absolutely crazy if I would do this. Maybe I should. Maybe I'll feel really good at the end of the day. Or this one. No, not this one. This one is too much muscle. I'm gonna pick out the ones I'm considering. I'm honestly considering this one. Because this one is
works for you. Come into your tabletop, set the hands under the shoulders, knees under your forearms.
I've done this before. There are also Shaolin movements, but they are pretty functional. And here we have handful. This is probably really good. This is the fallback one that all of us can do. If I do this, then it will take some cognitive load to learn this because I haven't done it. But that will also force myself to do a break. There's something stopping me from doing this one. Now I'm getting the music for coding all the time. That was a good video. I'm really tempted to do this one because of the aerobic effect. When was the last time I did it? I either did it, I think I did it on Monday or Sunday. Yesterday I did. I can check my history. Now it is the 18th of June. This is what I did yesterday. And Tuesday didn't I watch exercise? Or did I do this once after the main one? Yeah, I did this one. That's the Tuesday one. Yeah, really tough. And then Monday, yeah, I think I did aerobics on Monday. Maybe I can do Qigong instead.
Goodness. The meaning.
I'm gonna do Qigong instead. It's gonna give me a break, a cognitive break, because I'm learning something new, and I also think, well, it's not gonna be aerobic. Monday aerobic, Tuesday aerobic tempo. I can do aerobic tempo tomorrow. I'm gonna try. I'm gonna see. I'm gonna do this. I can have the text on there because I can't have the sound. I wonder. Cool. I can get on the TV. Then I get a little further up and further back. Okay, I've got to do this, and I'll see you later. That was good. I just remember that I haven't been doing Qigong. Now I'm gonna enter. I got sweaty. There's a lot of standing in horse stance that creates anaerobic for legs, and the movements are also quite exertive. They don't strain any muscles, but you still use a lot of muscle. What is this? Is this good music? Yeah, I'm gonna listen to this music. And take a break. I wonder if I should eat first or... I'm gonna Google shower after Qigong. Wait 20 to 30 minutes. Practicing Qigong opens your pores and circulates energy. Hopping into a shower too quickly, especially a cold one, can shock your system and disrupt the internal energy chi. Warm and lukewarm. Until it's completely stopped sweating. Taking a shower before is not good enough because after Qigong I have sweat that I want to get rid of. Just noticed that there's still a bunch of glare from the window. Maybe it's because I'm very far there, so maybe I'll move the island a little bit further here. But not too far, because then I can sit in the sofa and enjoy. I could turn, maybe. My workstation. Maybe that's a good solution. Does that help much? Not a lot. That helps slowly. Prefer to have it like that. there. I think we optimized the space, made it a little bit more cozy, but also a little bit more cramped. It's tricky to find the perfect spot. There we go. There's a lot of dust on my monitors. I think moving things around upset dust and it settled on the monitors. I would love to have a filtering thing that can just filter the air from all these small particles. Can you see the dust? Yeah, I can see the dust. The webcam is very hot. What is this? Guarding sweat. Yeah, let's read about the guarding sweat. If a Kung Fu practitioner doesn't know regimen, he won't get high Kung Fu level, even trains Kung Fu every day. This is directly translated from Chinese. On the contrary, probably will get sick. This is great. This is so efficient. Avoid coldness. There was saying from predecessor. Warmness promoted your Kung Fu. Coldness resulted in illness. It's normal that body gets wet and hot after the training, but avoid coldness and keep warm after training. Which is the first thing need to be done for Kung Fu practitioner. For people who do specific Kung Fu training, such as iron palm, iron body, can't touch cold water, stone or iron, and iron pipe within an hour. If not, his Kung Fu will fade out and get sick. Avoid fog. Do not practice Kung Fu in fog. The dirt and toxin in fog will bring harms to the human. For this kind of weather, you can drink 3 small cups of alcohol to detoxify. 1 cup could work, but 3 cups are better. For someone who never drink, do not push yourself. What? Avoid wind. There is old saying for Kung Fu practitioner, guard against wind is as important as against arrow. Some of rheumatism disease are caused by wind, therefore do not stand in wind or use electric fan when you are sweat. Guard sweat. Kung Fu practitioners should know guard sweat. You can wipe sweat with dry towel, but not with electric fan or take a cold shower. The sweat pore on skin will open up when you get hot, and also will close when getting coldness suddenly. At this time, the toxin in your body won't get out by sweat, but will stay in body. Then you will get sick if keep like this for a period of time. The right way should be, if it is in winter, put on your jacket to keep warm even you get sweat. Just let the body keep sweating and dry naturally. After that, you can take a hot shower. If it's summer, don't need to put on your jacket, but still have to let sweat go and let it dry naturally. This is what we talked guard sweat. Take water. Water is the main element in body, but you might get sick if supplement a lot of water as soon as you get sweat. The right way should be take a cup of cold, boiled water before morning training in order to make up the water you lost in the night. And also drink some warm water before the night training. It's not right time to supplement water when you get sweat. Should be when your sweat get dried. And also not too much. Half a cup or a cup is okay. Simply acupoint tapping. Tapping to specific acupoint is very helpful to get relaxed after training. One is to tap the double Jianjing acupoint in the center of each side of the shoulder, 36 times for each side. The second is to tap the Zhuzhan Li acupoint. First, find the point 10 centimeters from the knee on the shin. Second, Zhuzhan Li acupoint is around 3 centimeters away from the first point outside of shin. 36 times as well. The third way is to tap the Yang Guan acupoint in the center of the bottom of the feet, also 36 times for each foot. These three tapping can not only get body relaxed but also get longevity. Guard kidney. One purpose of training Kung Fu is to get longevity by guarding kidney and promoting Yang. There are different ways to guard kidney and promote Yang. The most simple two ways we common use are below. One is foot bath. Give your feet bath after training or before sleep. Then stroke the Yongguan acupoint, center of your foot, 36 times for each foot. The second is to rub the Sheng Shu acupoint around 3 centimeters away from the second section of your lumbar. Face to south, step as wide as shoulder. Keep body relaxed, get finger together, stroke Shen Yu acupoint with the back of your palm. Slide down slowly. 81 times for each side. Up and down is 1 time. Detox. There is always toxin from food, air and medicine going to body and accumulate in body. As Kung Fu practitioner, should know how to clean the body and keep healthy by Kung Fu. There are methods as follows. After the training, sit down by facing to the south. Relax the whole body, calm down mind. Cross the legs. Left leg outside, right leg inside. Palm downward on the knee. Eyes a little bit closed. Tongue touch the upper place. Breathe naturally. Empty your mind. Do meditation in this way. 10 to 30 minutes. After meditation, open eyes. Straighten the legs. Imagine the toxin is going out of the Yongguan acupoint, center of the feet. Mind focus on the Yongguan acupoint. 5 to 10 minutes. At the end, rub face up and down with palm, like washing face, or tap the whole body and finish slowly. Okay. I feel weak. After the Qigong, I feel like my body has... It's like I'm listening to pains in my body or something. I'm more noticing things that need rest, I think. And I also put my hands under the chair and pulled down because I felt like doing it. And then I felt up here a stretch. I don't know if it's good or not. I feel like a different kind of focus. There's peace to it. There's more solidness to it. I just remember, I don't think I've shared the live today. Seems like the street kitchen are going away and they will fight to get back to Sweden. Today, Thursday, Sealand, that is driving the street kitchen, Jörn, is expelled towards with the sons, Siavend and Roni, to Turkey. A lot of feelings under the surface. Student celebrating Thursday and family event Saturday. New work and study. Access they will look for from Istanbul. We want to keep the street kitchen. If we want to keep the street kitchen, we should continue, remember to keep shopping there. Sealand keeps giving advice and support, so right things are on place even during not being there. The one who doesn't want to buy anything can also give a donation. In that case, there is another hosting this group. I know these people. I talked to them. And Sealand, I talked about the street kitchen and how it's going to be portrayed in the game. They're being expelled because there's some new rules in Sweden, and they require people to make a lot more money to stay in Sweden. I'm not sure about the details, but I think it's something like that. So they will fight to come back, and I hope they will come back. I think everyone likes them having them here. This is kind of strange. But I suspect it might be a bureaucratical thing, like, because in order to get the rights to live here, you have to apply from another country. You cannot, some things you cannot apply in the country. You have to move outside the country to make application again. and these are really good people. These are really good people. So I think they will do an application from Turkey, and I suspect that they will get it, and they will come back. But they are going to uproot themselves from this town, and the study is not in this town. So if they get to studying and they come to Sweden, I don't know if they will move to this town. The whole situation is a kind of urbanization situation. So yeah. I was gonna check if I had shared today. That was yesterday. I haven't shared today. But should I share now? Yeah, whatever. Whoa, what's happening? What is happening? And then the windows appear? Streaming. I forgot to share stream when it started today. Been streaming 5 hours. Later I'm going to take a break and shower, eat, then probably work on the 3D map and the tool to create. I'm not gonna check notifications. I don't really need this. Now it's time for a shower. A significant time after my qigong. Then food, and then back to making a 3D map of the mapping tool and map of the town. I have to remember MVP. Today I did something special. I did not end with a cold shower. I just took a lukewarm and then ended with a warm. I felt from Qigong and together with not sleeping a very calm sense, and I'm gonna try to improve this calm sense, trying to improve the activation of the parasympathetic network so I can do more healing today, and maybe I'll go to sleep earlier. Now I'm going to cook food. Before I'm going to cook food, I was thinking of removing some exercises from the exercise thing. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. Three missed exercises, but I feel like I'm only prepared to do extremely healing exercises. So if this is not something, thoracic windmill. Nah, I don't feel like it. Or maybe that's the wrong attitude. I'm gonna do thoracic windmill. It's going to make me warmer though, and I'm already warm, so maybe I'll bending down. I feel like I'm relaxing, to a point where I'm like just having my knee even on this is a kind of a slight strain or stress, and just having in this position I feel stress on the knees. Yeah, the Qigong and everything, all the work on this stretches the whatever thing. One. Two. 3, 4. Usually I do 5, or last time I did 5, but I'm just gonna do 4 because I don't want to become more hot. One. 2. 3. 4. I should have just done 2 because I'm now sweaty and I think it was a strain on my back and everything. Now finally, some cooking, but I will start with drinking some water. Rehydrate. And I don't feel like using my glasses. done cooking. I wonder what the most... If I wanted the most activation of parasympathetic nervous system, what I would want to do, what I should do. Maybe imagine success. Listen to some good music, not inhibiting myself or too much. Already have the stream. Sleep. Opening window gives more air, gives more pure, unfiltered sunlight. Food done. Absolute lost. Sesame seeds. There was something really tasty in the sesame seeds that I did not have in my meal, or that my meal enhanced. I wonder what it was. I can identify the taste. relaxed. I noticed when I was reaching for the sesame jar, I hit my hand into the cabinet. There's no visible damage, but it's a motion I usually never have any problems with. So I think after the hot shower and meal and the wish to activate the parasympathetic nervous system makes me relax in a sense. I'm quite full, which is good. I'm reluctant to eat this, but I'm gonna do it anyways, because then I don't have to think about it anymore. I came to an understanding, I got an idea. I was thinking about food and eating what your body feels is necessary. And in recent years I've been thinking, of course, when I'm thirsty I drink water. It's because the body needs water that I feel thirsty. When I want to eat vitamin C, of course, it's because my body needs vitamin C, so it makes me crave vitamin C. And so on and so forth. It's probably not perfect, because if you look at sugar cravings and stuff, then you have bacteria affecting what you want to eat. But I was thinking like soldiers. If you're a soldier and they know how much you work out, how much you sweat, how much you sleep, how much it's easier to give food that your body needs. So I think food when you're a soldier is pretty good, probably, for several reasons. It's not perfect though. And then I was thinking, maybe the body of the soldier wants something else. It's the way the body is craving something, but the effect of that will not make the person a better soldier. And instead they get food that makes them a better soldier, which is good for the greater cause of being a soldier. Like the whatever cause you join, purpose you join, to become a better soldier and do war or whatever. Prevent war, maybe. And then I was thinking, yeah, sometimes the things that you crave are things that you crave personally, but it's not something that a higher self or a higher purpose that you're trying to serve really wants. And in those cases, you have to not do what you want to do in order to better serve the cause that you want to serve, that you don't quite understand. And then I was thinking, maybe I'm serving a higher purpose where I should be drinking this. I want to, but the timing is a bit off personally. But for a bigger cause, the timing might be perfect. I'm gonna aim to coming days to focus on not, well, it depends on how I feel tomorrow, but I think my body needs rest, so maybe tomorrow I'll also do Qigong. I'm gonna write that as a note. Sore Qigong. What is that? My focus point? Suggestion point? That's my suggestion box for the next day. Now the eating is done. Now the golden hour begins, and I'm gonna do two things. I'm gonna relax and I'm gonna think about the 3D map. And I'm just gonna let the 3D map come to me. It's gonna come into the game. It's gonna be an enjoyable map to drive around in. It's gonna contain everything it needs to contain. It's gonna contain 3D models. To scope it, it's not gonna contain any characters. To scope it, it's not gonna contain any cars either. There are cars in this town, but there are not that many, and the streets are empty almost always. And I want to capture this feeling of this town, this post-apocalyptic town. This post-apocalyptic, peaceful, minimalistic town. Swedish post-apocalyptic. Or it's not really post-apocalyptic because there's no apocalypse. There's just urbanization. Post-urbanization. Post-urbanization ghost town. It's not really a ghost town because it's very cozy, this town. But it's sparse with people and activities. It's like a few people have gotten a whole town to run. It's kind of a comedic in that sense. I just noticed that I could probably sleep now. But I would prefer to go to bed early. At the same time, I would not prefer it because I want to do sleep time procrastination. I just realized that it's a choice to do sleep time procrastination. It's just that it is always portrayed like some kind of disease or something that you do not choose, some compulsive thing. But I think one of the parts of solving it is to actually take control and take responsibility and say, every time I'm procrastinating sleep, every time I enter sleep procrastination, every time I do revenge sleep time procrastination, it's because I am choosing to do it. over the alternatives. I have considered some alternatives, and sleep time procrastination was the best option, and I have chosen to procrastinate sleep. I know it will lead to less sleep or a different circadian rhythm. I know all these things. I still choose to procrastinate sleep. It's just the smartest choice. I think that's the first step of solving it. And it's kind of realizing that maybe it should not be solved. Maybe it is the optimal choice. Why is it so dark at the top of the thing? It's not that dark in reality. This is the map editor. Two separate pieces of software, maybe. Makes it easier, I think. Makes it harder, maybe. Why should it be two pieces of software? Why should it be one piece of software? Maybe that question is too early. Maybe I need more understanding first. The result. Three-D map. Optimized. This is what everything comes down to. This is the goal. Optimized. I've already thought about this many times. First principles. This is the result. But first principles are up here. What are they? Simple. Diorama. Or it becomes simple by following its first principles. That's not a principle. That's a sub-principle. Or a behind the scenes principle. The first principle is drivability. Drivability. This means flat. But makes it easier to drive it. Maybe less fun to drive it, but it's the easiest way to do it. Recognizable. Recognizable. It's human. How do you make something recognizable. Intuitively. Intuitively. Recognizable. We don't want to have a big sign. Jörn. Here's the name of this street. Here's the name of this house. Here's the name of this. No, we want it intuitively or implicitly. That's better. Implicitly. Implicitly. Implicitly recognizable. You just see it and you feel this must be Jörn. This is 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 Jörn. The result I don't know. It's Jörn. The result is Jörn. That's part of the result. I'm making Jörn. Easy. This means train tracks. It means a small river. What do you call it? Flow. Small water flow. Small. Call it river. One, 2, 3, 4, 5 bridges. I'm just listing things that makes Jörn. Like, if you have these things, then it's Jörn. 3 tracks. Train tracks. Water. And then we have two. No, we have one. Tracks. One bridge. Station. We also have one of these ding 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 ding. What do you call it? Passage. We connect this one to the tracks. Passage. What do we call it? Pass through, pass, gate, passway. Cute. Boom. That's not something that makes it Jörn, but that's something that makes it good. It's not gonna be ugly, it's not gonna be beautiful, it's gonna be cute. No, wait. Nice. Toy-like. Playful. Toy-like. Toy-like. It's gonna feel like a toy. the same inspiration that Will Wright had when he was making the Sims games. The Sims game. He made a diorama. And then he made that into a game. I'm doing the same thing. And he said he wanted things to feel more like a toy. And I also want that in this game. You can drive around in it. You recognize it's Jörn. It feels like a toy. Is there something else? Feels like a toy. If it feels like a toy, it's toy-like, like a diorama, which is kind of what I go for. But it doesn't necessarily need to look like a diorama, because that, I feel like that puts the bar too high. But it's still kind of true. But the point of making it a diorama is to make it toy-like. So that's the core thing. Like you can pick things up and play with them. You can pick the house up, you can pick the car up, you can pick the tree up, you can pick the bench up, you can pick the pick. Actually, let me show you something. Here, it's a map I made. I wish I could just hang it up here for a while. Or maybe I should hang it up somewhere else. I need to point the camera towards it. There is a space there to put it up. It might be good to put it up here. Let me show you. I won't be able to zoom in on the camera, using the camera. Here's my bed. In here I could put it up. And it would remind me when I'm standing at the whiteboard, I'm looking towards this direction. I get inspired by this and I think about the game and I think about the map. It might be a good thing to do. I'm reluctant to put it up on this wall because that's going to create more troubles when I take it down because I don't have a good method of putting it up without damaging the wall. I will have to redo the wall. But maybe that's the best solution. I'm gonna put up the... But if I put it up there, I cannot show you... I cannot zoom in. But maybe I don't need... Maybe I'll put it up temporary. Maybe that's the solution. Kind of temporary solution, like first version. First version. What kind of tape should I use? It's quite heavy. I'm gonna attach the tape first, because that's easiest. Actually, first I'm gonna make a bunch of small tape. I'm gonna mass produce small tapes. This is something I'm used to doing. I'm really good at working with I don't have a lot left, so maybe this will be the last. Yeah, it was the last. Now it's empty. But I have more. If I need it, and I will probably need it. Pretty sure this will not be enough. And this one is quite thin and weak. But that's also something that will maybe not damage the wall that much. Then I do this. I just do great. And now I can attach them. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Something like this. Actually, exactly like this. That was very... I'm impressed with my... That was luck. Or intuition. There are 8 of these. I think we're gonna miss one. No, it was perfect. My intuition was more correct than my conscious, I think. Now, let's see what happens. That or that or that or that. I think that's what we do. This might actually stick for a while. This might actually be perfect. How about that? Now I have a map on my wall. Now I'm gonna draw on the map for landmarks. First, I'm going to briefly go here and say that to make it recognizable, 5 bridges, small river. Landmarks. Train, river, 5 bridges, guess landmarks. This is good. This really separates things. So maybe audio or something. Moving things. Now, here we have the train station. And here we have a pass. Here we have an abandoned building. Here we have a sign that says Jörn. Here we have a place that we'll probably put in, but probably not interact with. It used to be, or is, where you could put trains, and I think there's a circle there in order to flip the trains. Here we have a school. Here we have a little park with a sign. It's also the entry. What else is important? Like the big things. I don't know if you should be able to go there. It's a big company, but I think they're shut down now. Maybe some entry points. Here is actually a bridge. And somewhere here we have a bridge there. And a train bridge there. And a walking and car bridge there. And a walking bridge there. And downstreams, somewhere here, we have another bridge. And down here we have, but let's not think about that one. That's not central. What else do we have? Yeah, we have a bridge over the train tracks here. Actually, let's make that circle smaller and include this park there. I'm not including the specific organization, I'm just taking the big landmarks that you notice when you don't know this town. Here is a big football field. It's rare to go there, like you don't see it. When you come here, and if you drive in here, you don't notice it from this place. You don't notice it. So it's something that becomes invisible. But if you see it, then it's there. But it's kind of, even though it's so large, it's so hidden. What else makes the Jörn into Jörn? Landmarks wise. I wonder if you should include this bridge or not. Like, you could potentially drive further up there and turn and come back here. Maybe we'll do that. If you make the map dynamic, I'm gonna write that down. Then it's easier to make it bigger and smaller. Dynamic size. I should have a better pen. Maybe I have a blue pen. Or I can just make, it's better to use something else than a pen maybe. Maybe use just a piece of tape or something. Some tape. Or maybe the blue one might work. Huh. Let's try the blue one. Blue, and it's a new blue, so I can circle crazily. We don't have anything else here that's is that more clear? It's less clear. Nope, it was worse. I think either I get a new pen or I use some other method. Maybe I'll use a post-it. But that will cover things. But it might be okay. Here we have a bridge. Here we have the abandoned house. Here we have an entry sign. Here we have this train station. We have this part of the train station. And it's in the center here we have this bridge. We have this bridge, and I'm not going to include this train track bridge in the plan. It will probably be there, but it will not be a landmark because you don't really see it. These are more important things. This place and this place and this. Here's the center. Here's that bridge. Here's the school and the library. Here's that place. Here's the entry place. Here's another bridge. And then that's like the thing that makes this town. And then we add upon that I'm gonna have the organizations. Where's the list of organizations that are joining? Somewhere on the computer or online. It's in Obsidian. Come on then, Obsidian, I need you. There we go. DDD, ideas, partners, 13. I think this is it. They are all joining for free. I removed the price to join because it was too hard to sell. Because it's too innovative. The whole project is too innovative. It's too risky to invest. So I gotta prove that this kind of thing is worth something. And I didn't want to spend time selling. I wanted to spend time developing and making it good. So I just decided to make it free for the organizations to join. And let's make 13 post-its, or maybe I'll write on these because this is smaller. Okay, 13 organizations. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, and 1 over. The library. This is both a landmark and a place. And then the street kitchen. It's pretty tight in here in the middle, but the street kitchen is basically there. The cafe is also here in the center. Then we have Randolph's Legacy, and I don't know where to put that stuff because we're not gonna promote where they are. So I don't know where. I don't know where. Where should we associate knives to? Somewhere in the forest? I don't know where. Let's put it at near a bench near the river for now. Then we have Rallarrosen. It's also in the center of town. And then we have Jörns Boxsport. It's the sporting facility. It's right there. Then we have Jess, which is at the train station. No, that's the bridge. Here is the train station. And then we have Cedar, and I think we're gonna include the house, but I'm not sure how we'll handle it. Still kind of a landmark, because when you come to this town, it's one of the things that you see. I just remember one thing. The bus station. The bus station is definitely a landmark. Where are you, bus station? And the church is obviously a landmark, especially the church bell. Then we have Smotogottis, and this is a bit tricky because I don't know what we're gonna do about that, but it's up here. Then there's also the Möbelopis that will probably be put in, but it's right next to this field. I don't know where they would put the fly I wanted to go into my mouth. I have to check where they're gonna put the second-hand shop. because I think it's moving. Oh, I didn't know they operated like this. That is pretty cool. That is pretty cool. But I think they're gonna move it. There's a... Oh, okay. It's this group anyway. They're preparing for midsummer. Retro and nostalgia. I've never been there. I have to go there. Midsummer Day. When it's Midsummer Day? 20th of June. That's now on Saturday. What was it? 40. 11. Okay, that gives me a chance to check that out. This is a different place. Some stuff. Screwed core is also 70, that was yesterday. That's the Hell of Winter. Whoa! Got really cool stuff. Oh my gosh. I'm curious about these things. This looks unique. Something that would be cool to have in a game, different kind of cars that looks like this. I could 3D scan them and stuff. Granberg. Where's Granberg 42? Okay, that's pretty far away. That won't be possible. It would be pretty cool to go there. But I also don't have money to pay to get these cars, so it doesn't really matter. this one I'll check. Broke glasses. You can join a lottery. What can you win? Bodaborg, Sport City, Medelfors. What is Sport City? Do they sell? What do they sell? Clothes? Let's not get derailed here. It's really hard to not get derailed, but I need to find out where the scent is going to move. Free stuff. Next Thursday. That's today. Okay, well, let's abandon that idea, but this organization might be, maybe I'll not include it, or I'll include, I'm not sure about it. I haven't been able to talk to that. So, and they're not on the, well, I guess one of them is on the, this is one, this is officially in it for now. And then we have pizzeria, and I'm gonna make a suggestion for the pizzeria, so it might be in the game, or it might not be in the game. The hotel in Jörn. It's the combination of these two buildings. So I'll just put the notes between them. And then I'm gonna need more. We have two more, Multimake and Latitude. And Latitude wants to be associated with the big thing, the big mountain. So you're gonna get to that place by going north. And Multimake is somewhere here, I think. Yeah. Cool. So that's like the game. Now I spoiled all of the places. Now I'm gonna try to hit that fly. Where did the fly come from? I don't know if it went down or not. It disappeared. Might have ended up in the sofa. Probably landed somewhere to clean itself. There we go. That's the map. Let's draw some stuff. So these are kind of the landmarks and the organizations that are joining. If I scan it from the left, wait a minute. Yeah. We have a bridge here. How do I paint a bridge? Easiest way. Where, in what direction does the water go? It goes down. That's a bridge. And what's on here? That's another bridge. Let's see, actually before we do draw them, let's see if we have any other landmarks. There's the fly again. It went towards me. What? Decided to make a sneak attack. they don't catch the fly. Okay, we're done on this side with landmarks, at least the ones I've noticed. And then we have the train track bridge. And then we have this little bull park. With a little house thing. Oh yeah, we have this turned house. It's not super important, this one, because it is there, but I don't know how important it is to have it accurately portrayed. Might be enough to just have it like a house. So I'm gonna remove that one because it's need to save time. And then we have the crossing here. And then we have a sign here. And then we have the abandoned building here. And then we have we kind of have two things here. We have the train station and the place where you enter. But we're gonna make yeah, it's train station. And then I have this bridge. Combination of walking and driving, and this is basically driving. This is combination, this is basically driving, but yeah. And then pizzeria stuff. And the center of town. And we have the bus station. We also got Totoro there, but I don't know if I can put Totoro in the game because copyright or something? I'm not sure. And we have a football field here. I've rarely drawn football, but that's a football. Then we have a Amtskirk, which is kind of a landmark, but there's nothing there now. It's empty. We'll put it as a landmark because we just need to have the house there and put a snowmobile on the roof because that's what makes it stand out. And then the intro plays. We have sign. Different type of sign. There is just stuff. And then there's the school, like the school library. Another bridge here. Maybe a driving bridge. Down here we don't have anything. We have a little stone there, but I don't know if it's a landmark. We're gonna add it in. We're gonna add it in because it's such an easy way to add in, an easy thing to add in. Just put the stone there. But it does put more in my working memory. And then we don't have anything until the walking bridge. The new, I don't know if we should use the new one or the old one. And then we have the clock tower. I think that's the... Is the clock tower supposed to be a resemblance to a tent? Sami tent or something? Okay, all landmarks are there. Now I'm going to write the organizations. Yes. Randolph. Jörn. What's here? Jörn Sport. Jörns bibliotek. Multimec. Sedan. Kärrdalen. The journey. What's up here? Rarungsson. Småttgottis. Småttgotti. Jörn pizza. Latitude. Storklinta. That's a fast travel. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. That's the game. That's the game. That's the game. I'm gonna take an image of that one. That fills my mind with a bunch of stuff. I'm getting tired just having it in my brain. It's triggering a lot of memories of things that I've been planning and connecting to these things. Good. Game development doesn't go this fast because I've been working on this map for almost a year. I just listed all of the things that I've already worked on, decided on, etc. Good job, very good job. Good job. Great job. Okay, now what? Now I'm gonna erase the previous circuits just to clean it up. Good. Good. Is that enough? Surely it must be more than enough. These are the place. This is obviously the places that you visit in the game, for some reason or another. If you know about these places, you basically know the basics of VR. Well, you could add Coop there and or other organizations as well, but they didn't answer, or maybe I didn't answer them. Yeah, I made a mistake with Coop. Communication became bad from my direction, so I might need to reach out to them again later. So anyway, these are the landmarks and organization that I need to use to produce in order to have the landmarks. And what else do we need to make the map, the 3D map? Let's go through one by one. I'm gonna use this whiteboard to list like what kind of things we need to create. Bridge. Another bridge. Train track. Bridge and train track, then that's done. Bull. And I've been thinking, should we have places where you can read things on the walls? Let's say no. Let's say no. Then just that is Pentagon House? What do you call it? Pentagon House? Penthouse. Bus. Rectangle house. And bus. Not sure if we're gonna have bus in this game, but football fields or soccer fields, maybe it's called. And what you call that one? Clock tower. Tent. Clock tower tent. Another bridge. Another bridge. A walking bridge. That's a bridge road. And then walk. Library. That's a connected rectangle house. Snow scooter, snowmobile. Jörn sign. Another bridge. First I go through the landmarks, then organizations. Stone or rock. Bench. Train station. That's a connected rectangle house. Railroad crossing. That's just gonna be, I don't know, we need to fix it somehow. Or a train track crossing. Sign. Connected rectangle house. Destroyed connected rectangle house. Wrecked rectangle house. That's landmarks. Now I'm going to use the other one for organizations. Latitude. We just need a road to go up there. And for organizations, we're gonna need like a hotspot map. Is that gonna be on the parking space, entering space? Car trigger zone. Jörn Pizza, that's just a house with a sign. So Godot, that's just a house with a sign. Rallarhusen, that's a house with a sign. Journey, it's a house with a sign. Kärrhavsgårdsök, that's a house. Sila, that's a house with a sign. Multimate, that's a house with a sign. Library, that's a house with a sign, or maybe not a sign. Here's bar sport. That's a house with slanted roof or something like that. It would be nice to have it correctly designed. Special design house. But we can't afford that. We need to cut. Hotel de Jörn. That's a long house, and that's a big complex house. We'll have to do with the complex multiple rectangle house. Randolph on the map. That's just a parking space. Maybe it's a person on the map. Maybe it's nothing. Maybe it's just a parking space. Yes, that's the same as before. And that's all we need. Road and car trigger zone. That's what we need for the organizations. And now things like, okay, we have the roads, we have a bunch of houses. We're gonna need grass. The soccer field is basically gonna be grass. And then we need trees. What else do we need? River. River. Maybe that's enough. Then we have a recognizable 3D map. I think that's enough. I'm gonna make some kind of document. I guess it will make a Google document. Because we'll end up there anyway. Even though it's a little bit, takes a little bit long to start up, but now house editor, 3D map. 3D map doesn't have a. Now we're gonna make things a bit complicated. We're gonna copy this one. Do we have the... We don't have the backlog open. We're gonna connect, start to connect here. Folder, drive folder. There we go. Got the progress, got the drive folder. Good. And this document is landmarks. Jörn landmarks. Let's first check. There was somewhere I was thinking I have already put. Yeah, it is in the note. Okay, the note is up there. Here. Flat ground, painted, river, bridges, houses, forests, trees, bushes. Do we need bushes? Is that important? It's not necessary to make it recognizable, but it would be good to have. Benches is also not necessarily to make it recognizable, but it would be good to have. I'm gonna put those on the wish. Bush. Bench. What's the last thing that I just deleted? Streetlights. Must. I only have two categories. I don't have must go, I just have must. And then when must is done, then I look at wish, and then I add one thing at a time. Bridge, road bridge, train track, bull. Do we need bull? To make it recognizable? It's not the most important thing. We'll put it on here. But and we also put Pentagon House on. That will be on the wish. We can put a regular house there. Rectangle house. Bus. We don't need bus in this game. Grass. That's what we get for the soccer field and for a bunch of other stuff. Clock tower. Maybe clock tower can be a rectangle. These are connected landmarks. Gable's house. Clock tower. Walk bridge. Connected rectangle house. Snowmobile. This one put on wish. Yeah, sign. Sign. Yeah, sign. Rock. Bench is on the wish. Train track. Crossing. Let's make all of these with big kind of to give the I'm at the wrong. I'm giving big letters at the beginning in order to make like they're kind of summaries. not really words, not single word, but they're connected to each other. Connected rectangle house. Värdshuset. I should probably make a table instead, because that will let's make a table later, because then I know what to put in the table. A rectangle house. Road. Car. Trigger. Zone. Tree. River. That's 15. 15, and I just need to and one for the title. Landmark organization. Okay, can I do this? No, it didn't work. I just realized I'm putting it in the wrong place. could separate tree and forest. Forest could be something very simple, like we could simplify it. I just remember we have more stuff that we can put in. The gym outside. We're gonna put that on this. Outside gym. And the jogging. Jogging track, skiing track. That could be put. That's things that we could put in as well. Yeah. That's good. That is so good. Map features. This is heading 1, maybe it should be heading 2, and this should also be heading 2, and then on top here we have heading 1, which is recognizability. Implicitly, the 3D model is implicitly recognizable. When people see it, they say it's Jörn. This looks like Jörn. And then we make the same thing for drivability. Essential 3D map features. Drivability. drivability, or drive. Recognize, drive. It should be fun and easy to drive around and park at places. And then we have the same categories. But we connect it like that. Or maybe we put the wish. Yeah, that's how I do it. Must drive. Must. Yes. Must. Wish. Something like that. Tight. And then we have toy-like. And down here we have toy-like, wish. That's a new. You get a new. Your own page. You get your own page, and you maybe get your own page, or maybe the drive doesn't need its own page. Town must elicit a toy-like feeling. It's not real, but it feels real. Realistic, but it feels tangible. People say, I feel like I can pick. I want to pick up this house, that car, and that tree. I want to. if you have these things, maybe it's good enough. Maybe everything is perfect. I feel thirsty. I think it's time for an exercise. Cossack squat. Maybe. The founder. No. Standing hip car. Yes. Controversial carling. No. Standing hip car. I can't show you. I actually don't need sound. Actually, what was that first thing he said?
Hold on nice and tight, create as much tension down this side of the body as possible. Grab on something, hold on nice and tight, create as much tension down this side of the body as possible.
Creating tension on the front.
As high as possible. This thing you think you've got it as high as you can, try and lift it higher. Then from there, going to open up. Try not to let the whole hip open, so you don't want to open up like that. You want to keep everything nice and tight. Then rotate. Bring it up behind, and then start to bring the knee back behind. Open up the hip at the front. should find the more you do this, the more range of motion you have to start to get.
And that's what it is. How many do I do? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Feels nice to have that map there. Fits. Okay, now fly. You're dead. Now you went down. And it flies, but it flies down. And I'm really just gonna throw it outside to be a little more peaceful than normal. Fly. Hopefully it will. And you stay up. Take a break from the classes, that would be nice. And why not stand by the window? Why not do the hip cars by the window? Obviously we'll make the hip cars by the window. Then we can look outside the window. Okay, so as high as possible. And then as open hip as wide as possible. Opening up hip and then turning. And then going back. This feels great. And then turning. And then up. As high as possible. Then to the side, and then turning it, and then back, turn, and then up again. This is for the hip, but I like this part most because I've been sitting so long. So I'm gonna improvise and add a little stretch. Good. Other side, high as possible. Turn. No, high as possible. Open as possible. Turn. Open up. And then bring it up again. Turn it. And then visualization stretch. Ah, that's good. That's good. I almost damaged the front there. I feel like slightly painful stretch when I stretch that front. And I stretched too much, so I lost some sensation here. A spot of sensation that I don't have. And I think I stretched more than the nerve cells could handle. So I think some nerve cells have lost the connection. hopefully it will heal at some point. That was a standing hip car. I actually got a bit sweaty from that one. Whew. That was good though. I'm tempted to look at this video. That looks like a fun video. I've got a notification. Somebody liked my comment. Cool. I'm gonna see what this is about. That's fun. That's nice. If I start to listen on something now, I will come into a flow. Usually that's good when I have some goal to aim for. But right now I don't know if I have a goal. I'll probably find a goal very quickly. Alright, I'm listing features. Then we have recognize landmarks. Because we might have some other things that are recognizable, which is sound. And we are going to add that in. Soundscape. Sounds like train sound, random train sounds. I feel like then we gotta have a train also that goes through the town. Train sounds. We're just gonna add this so it's both soundscape and, but I don't know. It's a wish. It's a wish. That's what it is. Trains moving through town. Animated. Can crash into. River sounds, leaves sound. But it's November, so there's not gonna be any rattling leaves. Parking sound. Trigger parking zone. We'll do some special regarding or maybe we will not have a parking zone. Let's keep it that. Roads don't have a sound. The car obviously have a sound, but that's connected to... Is that map feature? I think that's the drive. We need to separate it from the actual driving, because the map is not... wrecked. Do we have a wind sound on the map? No. Train track crossing. Can put that on the wish. Train track crossing sound and what do you call it? Stopping obstacles. Fences. Moving fences. Up and down. What was the other one? Oh crap. It got lost. The rock doesn't make a sound. Sign, no sound. The school? Should it make a sound? Walking bridge? No sound. Clock tower? Not on the map, maybe. Grass. Train track sound. Okay, good. Is that all of the soundscapes? We need have to bird. What do you call crow? Not a crow, but background soundscape. Loop. We could put radio. Radio channels. That's a fun thing to add in. Maybe we'll be able to do it, maybe not. But is it on the map? Not when it comes to tool, 3D map tool features, I think. Or no, it's connected to the car and the UI. Yeah. Potentially we could have trigger zones when you drive into a trigger zone. We can have but maybe we put in the trigger zones in Godot manually. If we have time, we put them there. Soundscape, train sounds, train track. Background soundscape loop. Rain. I think we're gonna have rain. It doesn't suggest. If you got the train sound, rain, got the river, we got some, what do you call them? Ravens. Bird songs. Sounds. Do we put this in? Soundscape, we just got the train, we got the rain, we got the river. Is that it? Is that what you hear when you go outside? It would be so fun to have one of these lowrider triangle cars that randomly drives around town. But it's so much work for so much game mechanic work just to have one car drive around. It might be worth it, but it's gonna be on the Vish side. Now we have landmarks, we have soundscape. What else do we have? Moving things. Clouds, we're not gonna see any clouds. It would be nice to have birds who are moving around. Red triangle car driving around, pumping music. I gotta listen to outside and see what this music is not good, actually. Autumn jazz. Maybe that's a good thing to listen to. I'm gonna listen outside and imagine it's November. this is gonna get me closer to the mood. I was thinking of maybe having landmarks like trash cans, trash bins, large. Mailboxes. Maybe. We don't need this one anymore. We know what we're doing. Most of these things can be painted, but we're not going to go into that detail yet. I don't know where we'll put that detail. Hip houses. Park at places. What should it say here? Experience. What else do we need? Stones and rocks also connect to obstacles. Bridge. We're gonna put on drivability wish, but maybe that's not the 3D map that does that. No, it's not the 3D map that does that. It's game mechanics, like if the river does it or not, pushes the car. Can hit houses. You can drive on the ground, flat ground. Places, organizations, triggers for car enters. Car trigger zone. Should be fun. I think we gotta settle for this and just cut it there. The toy-like thing. How do we do that? I haven't logged in here for forever. This is my house editor. I made it last year, I think, in order to make all the houses. It's great. You can easily make a house. But it needs more features. You can increase the width, the length, the height of the floor, put several floors in, change the wall color. You can put a chimney if you want, or remove the chimney. You can have it flat roof. Then you would change the roof height, maybe. So you can make this kind of house. Change the wall color a little bit. And if we have it gabled, we can easily turn the gable if you want. Then we're gonna increase the roof height a bit like that. And then you can change the roof color, of course. That's a nice little house, tiramisu house. And then you obviously can have a little door in the house. Maybe not so many levels, maybe that's better. Maybe a little bit lower slant. I don't know any house that has this kind of proportions. Maybe the length is smaller. Maybe some house like that. But usually if you do like this, you would have the gable in this way. So this looks more like some kind of house that exists. And then we can even change the door color to give it an extra. Yeah, and the idea is that the question is this good enough to make all of the houses in town? And is it optimized enough for the houses to, because the thing is, like, this is kind of empty, like very minimalistic. Like if you are driving around at this distance, maybe it's okay, but it's kind of empty, looks completely empty. Like I would prefer to have it some little more details to things. But the thing is, what should we add? We have windows, but we can just add them like this. And then we add them all over the place. So it's hard to, like at this point, like you kind of can simplify things to make a house like that, and then you can make a bunch of simple houses. And I think this is it. I think this is what we will settle for. And we'll probably not have a door on most houses, but we have the red color of the house, right roof color and things. And then the idea is that you would be able to combine houses to make complicated houses. Like that shape, an L shape, or whatever shape. But maybe we'll have to skip that. But if I make it modular, so the house editor can change the houses later, then the whole project becomes much more complex. Yeah, I might need to settle, like most of the houses will be pretty empty, and it will not be that fun to drive around it in the town, maybe. Maybe this is very much house editor. House or assets. Tree. These are pretty much connected to this as well. We need different trees for variation. Is that easy? Is that hard? We'll have a couple of trees that are different from each other. Upgradability, maybe that's a must. And now things are getting so complex, my head is, this is getting hard to keep in track, like real hard. I'm gonna take a chance and add upgradability. Must. So we can implement the MVP features and easily upgrade. To a should. Maybe I'm gonna add a should category. Change 3D model. Changing houses. Upgrading house. 3D models. Change 3D models. I think that's the solution. If you can just change the 3D model, then we can upgrade the 3D model whenever we want. And it's very modular, extremely modular. Just change the 3D model, as simple as that. Yeah, that is the thing. Toy-like must. We will remove that. That's it's too abstract. Like, do we need windows on the houses or not? I don't know. I need to see it first. So it's that I have upgradability. What else do we need to be able to upgrade? Hitting houses. Whoa. Obstacles. Change obstacles. Car trigger zone. Upgrade car trigger zones. Change car trigger zone. These are basically like edit. Like these are things that create, and these are things to edit what have been created. These are 3D. This is painting on ground. Ground paint. Roads. Train tracks. Change ground paint. Change Jörn sign. I'll just put that. I'll make it. I don't know if I need an editor for this. Edit. Mode. We'll make custom in Godot. Placing a rock. That's also easy. Alt Shift 5. Chain track crossing. That's probably paint. Rect connected rectangle house. That is house editor. Road paint. Trees. Placing trees. River is changing the river. Painting. Or maybe I'll do this custom in Godot. It would be paint first. Use paint first. Improve in custom in Godot later. Here in polish. No need to implement into implement quality. Recognize soundscape must. I'm gonna check back to this one to see if I'm on track. Interactive design is a thing from user standpoint. You're using the 3D map tool and you need features to create the map. Whiteboard feature list hierarchy mind map from first principle. Simple MP features only solve the problem. First principle, think from a user standpoint. You are using the 3D map tool. You need features to create the map. I kind of did that. I started dynamic size. The only thing left is the dynamic size thing. Maybe that's dynamic size here. Dynamic use case. Add and remove map pieces. Dynamic size. I don't know if we need this. We have decided how big the map is, but it's really good to be able to make it slightly larger or slightly smaller in case we have a problem loading that we need to make it smaller. In case we don't have any trouble loading, then we can make it a little bit larger, then you can drive around a bit more. And I think this will work well because it's like mapping, dynamic loading of maps is pretty common. So there might not be a tool to make it for this low-end computers, since we're not gonna have complex terrain we're loading. Instead we'll have another way of doing it, but yeah, it's gonna be pretty easy. Yeah, that's the thing I brought on the whiteboard. No, I'm not gonna remove the whiteboard because we might go back to it. We created the hierarchy map, whiteboard, vision sketches, simple MT for its own sort of problem, first person, synchronous use stand your own use you need physical map. Am I going to write the features or the resulting map? I think we're gonna draw the resulting map. And then Google Dot with the whiteboard image. We don't need, we already have created the Google Doc, so we kind of meshed these into one thing. Inspirational images, we might come to that later. Now we're gonna do whiteboard vision sketches. Oh, I just noticed it's 21:03. I should probably make my omelette. Yep. And I'm very thirsty. And then I'll get back to this. And then I can add these, yeah, on the Google Doc there. The music is really good. There you go, the cooking is done, same as yesterday, but more porridge. And half an apple and warm heated water and some grapefruit. Hot water. I kind of feel like watching a movie, like just to get rid of everything, to get a complete break from everything. I think that's important. And then yeah, that's it. Like, that's enough. And since I can't stream watching a movie, or I can't show you it, and I can't show you the by the way, The Apartment from 1960, that was a great movie. Very rarely I say a movie is great, but this was a great movie. So anyway, I can't show you the movie, so it would just be streaming me eating food for 1 or 2 hours with no sound. And I would have the pressure of being watched, which I'm trying to remove though, slowly remove though. But I think we've done progress. Ooh, I just remember what I haven't done today. I haven't done the same thing that I did yesterday with the root AI tool, which is the... I should do that. I should definitely do that. That is what I should do first. That will help me. Okay, here we go. Essential 3D map. MVP 3D map filter list. Heading 1. Now that becomes heading 2. This becomes heading 3. This becomes heading 3. This becomes heading 3. This becomes heading 3. This becomes heading 2. This becomes heading 3. This becomes heading 3. This becomes heading 3. And then this becomes heading 1. How did I do it before? I want to use the same format. Root AI Godot version 1. Essential 3D map. Version 1. I guess we'll call it version 1. History, heading 1, perfect, heading 1, and sub is heading 2. It was such a good way of doing it. 18. Okay, what did I do today? Now I need to summarize the whole day, everything. Oh my god. At some point I actually came prepared. Where's the note? I had this in different version from yesterday. 3D map toolwork MVP.txt. Let's find the .3D map toolwork dash MVP. Yesterday ended with this document outlining first outlining what work needed to be done for the plan. I wonder if I wrote this in the root AI. I didn't write didn't write the pairing. How do I... What? What is that? Why does that... Oh, okay. Game prepared. And then I followed that plan, but I also changed that document. That plan, but also changed that document. But I also updated that. Update the document. With more details. Created a... How many steps? I created like epics. Created a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. 19 step plan divided into bigger epics. Like a backlog. Notes. These were the steps. Optimization steps. Time estimation steps. Then I did started at first part of day was watching job coach lecture, moving furniture, designing, moving furniture, lifting up TV. Stream. Full stream. That was before the full stream. Before stream. Date, then full stream, then worked on whiteboard, golden hour. Full stream. Came prepared. Yesterday ended with this document version. Yeah. So maybe I should be preparing for tomorrow. That might be a good thing. Follow the plan was updated, created a nice 19-step plan. Did a bunch of movement and stuff. and at some point I made it up big map on wall, post it on each Jörn landmark on map, wall map. Tape strips on each organization partner on wall map. But I did something before this. Wrote a simple start of first principles on whiteboard. The first principles were drivability, and then implicitly drivability, recognizable, and then toy-like. And then I added upgradability. Add upgradability. And I think I removed toy-like. There's nothing. Actually, then I went to sit here. I wonder what way I did. I was on the whiteboard looking at the screen, and then I was thinking I needed to do something at the computer. What did I need to do at the computer? Was it that I wanted to create the steps? No, I had already created the steps because that's why I was on the whiteboard. It was not the Google Doc that I created decided to create when I was at the computer. There was something else I was doing at the computer that then led to making the map on the wall. This Google document. Moved toy like, added upgradability instead. What did I do? I don't remember if I put the wall up. Let's go back in time. The magic of streaming everything you do. 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 Okay, so how's the progress here? Maybe I can put this one here. Yeah, this is something. No. Okay, before I put the wall, where's the wall? Here's the wall. I was on the whiteboard. Wright had when he was making the Sims games. The Sims game. He made a diorama. And then he made that into a game. I'm doing the same thing. Please play with them. You can pick the house up, you can pick the car up, you can pick the tree up, Actually, my neck was very...
Yeah.
Yeah. The camera towards it. Yeah, okay. So it's basically, when I was thinking of toy-like, I was thinking, what do I need for toy-like? And then I wanted to trigger my memory. And then I thought of the map, which contains everything, all the necessary things. So it was after toy-like. And then post-its on each Jörn landmark. There. And then all of the organizations there. And then I listed on the whiteboard all of the features that I needed. Listed features on temporary small whiteboards. And then I made this Google document. Because I was thinking of what should I do with these whiteboards. I think, let's check. And now, things like, okay, we have the roads, we have a bunch of houses. We're gonna need grass. Because we'll end up there anyway. I'm gonna make some kind of document. I guess it will make a Google document. That was the reasoning. Author list. I have listed features on temporary small whiteboards, or we, or I don't know, past me. Made this Google Doc, and then must and wish categories. Must and wish categories. Listed, made tables, made with tables. Here. Removed toy-like and added upgradability. That's basically what I did. And then after upgradability, what happened then? Now we're closing into something. Right before cooking. What did I do right before cooking? Custom Godot later polish. No need to implement quality. And remove map pieces. And I feel a bit like some slight like not shame or guilt, but some like warning signs, red flag. Or should you feel shame? Should you feel guilty? Because I'm so egocentric now. Like I'm focused on my project. I'm looking back in time at myself. It just feels so egocentric. But at the same time, I feel like it's necessary. And I think like people usually, they don't do it like this. Nobody streams this kind of content. Nobody does this. But I think everyone thinks about their own projects and how they're doing their own projects, and thinking back, trying to remember what they did. Like they're being egocentric, but they're being it silently, quietly, and not as loud as I'm being by streaming it. But I'm not pushing any ads, or I'm just saying on Facebook and X and on YouTube, I'm here, I'm doing this. If anyone wants to watch, like that's, I don't think I'm taking up too much space, is what I'm trying to say. Even though I feel like red flags, like, am I being too egocentric? Am I being da-da-da-da-da-da? No, I'm just being efficient. I'm being efficient and transparent and open and honest, I think, to some degree. Like mapping, dynamic loading of maps is pretty common. So get just something empty plus I wrote on the whiteboard. I'm gonna, yeah, that's the thing I wrote on the whiteboard. No, I'm not gonna remove the whiteboard because we might go back to it. We created the hierarchy map. Whiteboard visual sketches, simple empty plus owns of our reference, simply understand your own results and make this good map. And am I going to write features or the resulting map? I'm gonna move all this document information to this. I'm not sure where, if it's under history or above. 19 step plan. And then I can remove these. Forest, landmarks done. These are now feature solution suggestions, and these are the steps. That is the plan. Cool. This is good. This is really good. Keeping everything at the same place. Now I don't even need this one. And let's add this one to the history. I don't know if I did this now or where's the step plan tool here? Document to here. pretty, like once this is loaded I can write fast enough. It's a bit distracting with all of these unnecessary things that I don't like. I enjoy much more working in Notepad. I might separate things, so I work in Notepad and then save it in the document. Like I just have the plan here, and then here's where I work, and then I import it here when I just document the day or something. Anyway, here we have that's good. And then I'll just read this next week and I'll get into the flow. Just understand everything that I've done. Maybe it will take some time to read and I'll get new ideas. That's gonna be exciting to see what new ideas will pop up and new perspectives and things. Yeah, I think that's one of really good thing with context switching. That like now after this I will spend 6 days doing completely other things, and then I will come back to this and I will definitely come back with some kind of fresh eye, fresh perspective. If I'd worked on this every day, then I wouldn't come back with a fresh perspective. And this when you do this long term like weekly check-ins, then you really can do scoping much better. You can do scoping so much better because you realize, oh, I don't need this because we have this, like a bunch of things. Okay, let's see the history. Let's see. I think we're gonna write down there something math, and then Google Doc with whiteboard image. We don't need. I'm gonna do something like whiteboard feature list from first principles. First principles. Fun to drive. Recognize the resilience. Upgradable. Those are the first principles. You're fun to drive, recognize you're upgradable. Let's put that as heading 4, maybe. Fun to drive, recognize you're upgradable. Upgradable, and then it comes in the reverse order, but and I was thinking of doing this, like I'm done with this step. I didn't do it the way I was thinking of doing it, like listing everything, because I moved into this Google document, but it's done. This step is just draw the final 3D map and what it contains. Section of file and what it contains. Simply draw a section of the file 3D map and what it contains. Then photo it and put it here. Good. And then I start.
You already have created the Google Docs, so we kind of meshed this into one thing. Inspirational images. We might come to that later. Now we're gonna do whiteboard vision sketches.
No, not.
Oh, I just noticed 2103. I should probably make an omelette.
Good call.
Yeah. And I'm very thirsty.
That's true, I'm also very thirsty.
And then I'll get back to this.
Sure.
And then I can add this. Yeah. In the Google Doc. Yeah.
Add them to Google Doc. Okay, that
The
was.
music is really good.
Oh. What was the music? Oh, it was that one. Cool. Good job. Didn't I do a good job? Surely. This must be great. Now. Wait. Wait a minute. I have one thing left. Tomorrow. I'm gonna plan tomorrow. Chili porridge. This is the secret recipe to success. This is if you want. This is monk mode. This is monk mode. This is true monk mode. Chili porridge. Extremely cheap. Just oats. Pick the fiber ones. Oats. Water. Some kind of curry mix. Just some spices. And with no salt to that, because you want to use stock, beef stock that you crumble into it, and that's all you need. That's all you need. No, wait. You also need. Well, that's all you need first, and then you microwave it for, I don't know, 1-2 minutes, and then you top it off with a dash of apple cider vinegar, like just a teaspoon, and maybe a tablespoon of olive oil, or a little bit more of olive oil. And the thing is, when you make this the first time, it will not taste good at all. You will mess up. You will either put too much water, too little water. You will put too much spice, too little spice. Too much stock, too little stock. Too much apple cider vinegar, too little apple cider vinegar. And lastly, too much olive oil and too little olive oil. And after you've done it a few times, every time you taste it, you learn how to adjust it. So just just note how much you put of everything. Just a mental note is okay. Just a mental note of how much you put. Because you wanna use exactly the same amount of everything next time, or have some kind of measurement. Like you say, oh, okay, I'm gonna use half. This is a quite large cup. I'm gonna use half of this cup for oatmeal, and then I'm gonna put water right above the surface, like 1 centimeter above the surface. Or so. Like that kind of measurement, so you just can redo it. And then when you eat it, you will definitely taste what is too much. Yeah, what is too much? You just need to think about what is too much. Is there too much spice, too much water, too much oatmeal, too much stock? Is it too salty? Is it too much apple cider vinegar, or is it too much olive oil? And you don't need to think about what's too little. The only thing you need to think about is what is too much, and do less of that next time. That's the easy way to do it. It's much easier to detect what is too much than to detect what is too little. Because what is too little will not taste enough. So you have to think, what should it taste like? It's a more advanced stuff. You don't need that. Just think, what is tasting too much, and make a little bit less of that next time. And then you'll adjust. First time maybe too much olive oil, you put less of that next time, and then you notice, oh, it's too much water, then you put less water next time, together with the same amount of olive oil, the lesser amount of olive oil. And then you notice what's next and what's next, and then you perfect the recipe, and it's gonna taste great. Too much or too little water is usually, or too much water or too much oatmeal. It's about the texture preference. Or it's connected to how thirsty you are. If you're thirsty, you're okay with it being more slushy because you want water. Notice how I prioritize eating. I like almost all of this. Instead of eating this, an omelette with potato chips, like with paprika, with grapefruits, with apple. Like, this is a much richer meal. I'm gonna eat this also, but right now I prefer this. I think it's, in my case, it's a bit special because I haven't been eating enough carbs, I think, or enough. I could eat less carbs to get on a ketogenic or a low carb diet, but I have been working out so much, and I haven't, like, this meal doesn't contain a lot of carbs. In the fruit it contains some short sugars, but it's mostly water in the fruits. Potato is just one potato, but this is almost only carbs and fibers. So I think partly that's why I want it, because my body is craving carbs. Good, nice. Okay, thinking about next step. How do I prepare for tomorrow? I don't need the stream anymore, I don't think. I don't need this. I could do the same technique here, where I put, like, make a notepad thing, or I could start with Google Doc. But I prefer to use this simple notepad thing. How do I make a new? folder. Friday sprint. It's sprint review, it's building, big picture review. Yeah, it's basically sprint review. Open up my notepad, making a new note. Version 1. History. And tomorrow I came prepared. Yesterday ended with this document. I came prepared. This not this notes. I can even get the I need to save it also by the sprint review. Save. The same name of the folder, that's not optimal, but how do I put the history first or the steps? Let's put the history last in this one. Actually, should I? One. Build game. There's nothing to build though. There is nothing to build. This is script. Only gather documents. 2. Big picture overview. I'm not sure what this is gonna be. It's probably gonna be looking at that one. Gather results from sprint. Gather results. What's it called in sprints? Archaeology artifacts? Monday AI. Theory. I could put the YouTube streams. I could just put the YouTube streams into AI. I don't know if Gemini is gonna have the right context. Potentially my local Gemini. Or maybe not, we don't need to. I could potentially gather a bunch of documents. This situation is a bit strange because right now I'm like a leaf executor. I'm right at the edge working on the 3D map tool, and my boss is previous Friday, which had a bigger overview of all the project, and tomorrow is gonna be the boss of the person who takes my role. So now I'm in like a small-minded kind of role, so I don't know if I should be preparing tomorrow. So maybe I just put all my concerns in here, if I have any concerns, like things I'm worried about, or things that tomorrow will forget but need. Right, we have a backlog. The backlog is the first thing I'll check tomorrow. And I will go here. Oh, go away. We'll go here and here. There. This is like the main thing. It is it 19 tomorrow? Yeah, it is 19 tomorrow. Good. I'm connecting to my own bigger purpose. It feels like luck. It feels like luck. It doesn't feel like structure. My suggestion as a worker. Today, yesterday, I worked and I feel like I am focusing too much on planning and not enough on making things. But how do I feel in control? How do I feel safe that what I'm doing now is the best thing for the project? For the success of the project. Oral schedule. Are we missing something? Can I also feel the abundance in this while working? I think that's it. I'm going to clean this. Did I take a photo of this? I don't think so. Because I never really finished it. Because I decided to work in a different way. Now you saw me taking a picture of it. That's neat. It's pretty cool. clean slate. That was a good micro break. Very good micro break to get me thinking of tomorrow. Ask Gemini how to download transcriptions into video. Send all transcriptions from Friday. Wow. Friday's plan up until Thursday. Ask in these transcriptions what are the biggest takeaways? What are the biggest risks to the project? How to mitigate the risks? What should be prioritized to increase the chance of success the most? How do we use that prioritization to prepare it for tomorrow's sprint plan? And there's something more. What was it? Ask Gemini how to download transcriptions from YouTube video. Send all transcriptions from Friday's sprint plan. Yeah. Did we plan correctly? Did we react correctly to uncertainties? What is the risk of more hidden work? Should I prioritize more planning or more execution? Like with this is gonna be very interesting. Now I'm gonna use all of the time that I've been streaming. I'm gonna use all the time that I've been streaming. and I'm gonna put that as a context into Gemini. Gemini is gonna get all of the things I've talked about, all the hours I've spent talking, the whole week, even this recording. If I send it everything, photos of whiteboards, the Google documents, the Google sheet, and everything. Remind yourself fully before engaging with Gemini, since that will distract you regardless. I might not even use Gemini or ask Gemini, but we'll see. Because if I am fully aligned and I am in full belief that it will work, then that's probably enough. Okay, good. Now I have a rough plan for tomorrow, just like I did yesterday. It's connected to the sprint document, so I'll find it. I'll probably think of it before I think of sprint document. I was thinking of maybe making a Google Doc. Yes, I should. Of day, make a Google Doc with history and copy whatever you did of this the document. Fill in history, practice remembering, and write some note like this. to prepare for tomorrow. That sounds like a good idea. Then I reuse the end of day things that I used yesterday. Did I invent it yesterday? I think so. Now I'm done. I'm not just done with today's work. I've also written history of today's work, and I prepared for tomorrow. I don't know what else I could possibly do. That was a nice ending, kind of it didn't get rid of all of the ideas. They're still in my working memory, but they're not triggering me. They're not asking so much for my attention, and I can probably gradually now let everything kind of dissolve. I'm kind of expecting that my mind would reach this kind of clean slate, like this kind of silence. That would maybe be nice now. I'm not sure. Because if I get to that state where I feel like, oh, everything is silent now, everything is empty now, then I might think that I should start working on something. And that maybe I should, if I want to push it further. Or maybe I should not and rest. But yeah, it would have been, I think, maybe a nice feeling if that would happen. So, I'm gonna end the stream, and then I'm gonna probably put on a movie or something. Goodbye.